ourselves. I will give you a proper introduction after a few words from the director of the museum, and then we have Gina Renotière from ICOM Czechia, who will also share some news and imitations with us, and then I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the Olomouc Museum of Art for another in a series of meetings dedicated to new media. I'm very glad that even in this difficult time we can talk together about the issue of digital media. Our common purpose is to create a really functional process for the care, preservation and then presentation of digital media in our institutions. I believe that our common purpose will be filled. Thank you very much for our good cooperation. Thank you.
Dear friends of new technology, I would like to welcome you here in Museum of Art of Olomouc Museum of Art, with really big pleasure. Not only in my position as Deputy Director of Olomouc Museum of Art and Head of Department of Modern Art and Central European Forum of Olomouc, etc., but now mainly as President of ICOM Czech Republic. ICOM, the International Council of Museums, UNESCO's largest expert council, meets every 3 years at the General Conference, museums representative from all over the world. 3 years ago, General Conference was in Kyoto, Japan, before in Rio de Janeiro, and this year, for the first time, in this part in Europe, Central and East Europe, will be held in Prague. Wow. During the rich program of General Conference, which we realized not only in Prague, through more than 300 partial professional conference and international meetings on professional commission of ICOM, voting of important decision, what the result will determine the next years of work of all museums, plenty of off-site meetings and 40 excursions for different regions of Czech Republic. One of the very important topic is the main topic of General Conference is the power of museums, and subtopic is purpose, museums and civil society, sustainability, museums and the resilience, vision, museums and the leaderships, and delivery, museums and new technology. So that's why I'm here, because ICOM is proud and honored to announce the first confirmed keynote speaker, Mr. Sepp Hahn. Maybe you know him, he's a really big star in these fields of novel technology, new technology. He is the Chief Experience Office at Australian National Museum of Screen Culture in Melbourne. She works plenty years in New York prior to ICMI, led the digital renewal and transformation on the Cooper Hewitt in New York, etc. It's a really big personality in this field. And not only him is invited, but also, as you can see, different personality and really interesting people in this field of museum and new technology. So I am very happy that you come to Olomouc. I hope that you are not here in this institution for the last time, and mainly I hope that you can come to participate or read program of General Conference of ICOM this year. Thank you very much.
So it's my pleasure to welcome you all at the first public event of a new media museums project, in which over the past year we've been working towards creating a platform for exchange and for discussions about the challenges and experience with opening up museums to new generations of artists. We've been talking about installations, video, digital art, sound art, and the pieces that are too unruly to fit neatly in existing workflows and processes in museum collections. These kind of works open up a whole range of new questions and challenges, not just for presentations, for exhibition, but also when they are perceived as a heritage to be kept for future generations. I would like to acknowledge several events that were dealing with these questions in the region. So over the past few years, Ludwig Museum in Budapest organized a conference called Media Art Preservation Symposium, MAPS. I think there were 4 editions so far, international event that really brought these kind of discussions into the region. And then in 2019, there was a symposium organized by Vašulka Kitchen in Brno, inside the House of Arts in Brno, which was also a day full of interesting exchange and discussions around these issues. So we would like to really follow up and continue discussions within our framework and hopefully continue in the future as well. So we certainly won't resolve all questions in the next 2 days, but we have a space to discuss about various issues ranging from acquisition, registration, documentation, conservation, restoration, archiving and digital preservation inside museums and archives and art centers, as well as about collaboration across departments, collaboration across disciplines, and collaboration between institutions. So finding really ways we can work together. I will not talk longer. I will be present as a moderator, introducer of the first invited lecture and then following panel. But before we start with the first lecture, I want to give you just a very brief, maybe technical, practical notes. So the whole event is being streamed, broadcast online on YouTube. Well, the audience can watch it at the website of siat.space. There is a translation, simultaneous translation available on the spot, on site, For those interested, you can borrow your headphones at the back of the room. For those online, the translation is not available. We will have 2 presentations today, one in Czech, one in Slovak. Those will not be translated in online, but the remaining program will be all in English as its working language. There is coffee and lunch available here on the spot. After we are finished with the first panel, we will have a lunch break, about 1 hour. There is a Wi-Fi available on Muzeum Umění. There should be no password there. There are plugs if you need to plug your device. There are plugs here and in the ground. If you open the lid, otherwise, yeah, if they're not enough, we can figure it out on the run. If you need restrooms, they're at the back of the hallway to the left. And yeah, finally, I would like to thank International Visegrad Fund for supporting this project. Thank you. So, fortunately, Anna Schäffler was I think still about 2 days ago, she thought she would be able to come in person, but last moment there was sickness in the family, so she will be presenting remotely from Berlin. Let me find... So, Anna Schäffler is an art historian and curator based in Berlin. She conducts theoretical and practical research on the preservation of contemporary art at the intersection of art history, conservation, and curating. Based on her practical experience with Anna Oppermann's estate, in her recent book, Die Kunst der Erhaltung, she examined the posthumous preservation of process-based installation works and the consequences for the concept of work and authorship. Anna Schäffler also focuses on the networks of care of art preservation between public memory institutions and private and civil society actors. To this end, 3 years ago, she co-founded the CapriCare. She was also a junior fellow of the research group Build Evidence at the Freie Universität Berlin, and the coordinator of the interdisciplinary PhD and postdoc network Co-Care, which is also affiliated to INCA. So, Anna, welcome, and screen is yours. You are still muted.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you and see you.
Yes, thanks. There's a funny time delay from the live stream, so I was just wondering. So shall I start? Because I didn't.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let me share my screen with you. Yes, so good morning, everyone, and sunny greetings from Berlin, and thanks for the invitation. I'm very honored to kick off the program of this wonderful conference. And yeah, as Dušan said, I was actually sure that I could come, but in the last minute I couldn't. So I would have loved to also see a lot of familiar faces, and that's like, for me, it's also very, like, in a personal level, it's really exciting and moving also to see like how those networks are still running from so many years now. And yeah, it's really a pleasure to still be part of it. Yes, I'm talking to you from my own background of working and researching at the intersection of art history, conservation, and curatorial practice. Besides my academic research, I'm working together with a media conservator, and we are consulting museums and archives on the long-term preservation of their collections. At the one moment, for example, at Sprengel Museum in Hanover. Moreover, I think it is absolutely key to create possibilities for the further discussion and new experimental formats. And I wanted to congratulate everyone involved in this growing network of media museums. That sounds absolutely amazing and on the forefront of this development. So here in Berlin, we conducted a series of events at NGBK last year around networks of care, where we invited practitioners, both artists as well as caretakers, such as Cornelia Solfrank, Laurence Rassel, Art 360 Foundation, or If I Can't Dance from Amsterdam, and also Dušan presented his amazing work at Monoscope to discuss their preservation approaches and the challenges. And there will be a publication coming out in May, so there is still, a little bit patience. But so it was, for us, it's interesting, as you said, like in your introduction, that there is not one sole solution to the whole problem, but to actually see and understand the different approaches, how everyone is dealing with it, and how you actually can create a space of trust to also exchange your thoughts, but also your worries perhaps, or that you don't know what to do. And that's, as far as I understood, also what media museums is about as a platform. So that sounds really exciting. So my aim is to make preservation more accessible and visible, because in order to understand the genesis of preserved artworks, it is key to reflect and analyze the practices of preservation and conservation. After the so-called dissolution of the boundaries of the arts since the 1960s, this is a renewed dissolution of the boundaries of scientific disciplines with regard to the conservation of these works. This emerging multidisciplinary field of research situated between practice and theory is what I call preservation studies. So I will start just like with some general thoughts before I get more into detail. So as many of you involved with contemporary art, of course, know, many contemporary artists have been questioning common categories of authorship and copyright, historiography and standardization. Consequently, these artistic practices place excessive demands on existing memory institutions and challenge traditional conventions of preservation. So it's something that is already inside those practices that we have to deal with. So new media art installations, for example, are not preserved by storing them, but must be exhibited in order to be preserved, because they have to be experienced, as this is one ontological condition to spatial and contextual art. So at first, this may sound paradoxical, since the best way to safeguard an artwork would seem to be keeping it in a controlled storage environment and handling it as little as possible. But, so I come here to my first example, Susan Hiller, understanding contemporary art as a result of a practice and as evolving over time, as many researchers have been discussed over the last years, implies shifting the attention to its performative and processual dimensions in addition to a material analysis of the objects. As a result, traditional conventions of material immutability and permanence are at stake here, and the key question might be, how much can an artwork change while maintaining its identity? So we see here Susan Hiller's Belshazzar Feast, the writing on your wall, since 1984, which already indicates as a date information that it has a duration. So the first campfire version from 1986, you definitely see that it is from the 80s, you can imagine. And as a result, based on various modes of interpretation and contextualization, preservation practices become a constituting part of the artwork's identity, as you can see here. As in a second version from 2002 at Tate Britain, the whole set changed quite dramatically. And there is even another version from 2015. So there are just 3 examples of different instantiations of like the same work. So this expands the ontological notion of an artwork and the idea of a true material original and its secondary source to a coherent notion defined in terms of material, event, documentation, display, and preservation. And beyond the dichotomy of original and copy, an art historical perspective needs to involve the analysis of different modes of preservation and its decision-making processes, and the discussion of the value concept associated with them. Questions would, for example, be, what are the work-defining properties that seemed relevant at each instantiation? Which aspects were particularly emphasized or neglected in an interpretation? Or what understanding of history or cultural identity can be derived from each interpretation? So I've been involved with this field for some years now, and it's just for me like the most exciting field that is evolving at the moment, because when we start discussing, for example, each interpretation or preservation processes of those artworks, we really come to the, I believe, key moments of understanding, like, what do we think is culturally relevant, and in what ways do we care for an so-called original from last century, or do we adapt or contextualize artworks to contemporary situations. So I want to show you another, actually, I think quite hilarious example of the discrepancy between artistic and conservational attitudes, which is David Lamela's Office of Information about the Vietnam War at 3 levels: the visual, image, text, and audio. This is an interactive media installation first shown during the 1968 Venice Biennial. It is a landmark work that suggests the shifting nature of time and communication in an information society. The installed set up amassed news reports about the Vietnam War supplied by the Italian news agency, which were read by an attendant in Italian, French, and Spanish. When the news was not read live, recordings could be heard through headsets. Office presented records not of long past events, but of news as it was unfolding. In contrast to the resulting sense of immediacy, the administrative setting mirrored the irony of an increasingly connected world experienced at a distance. In 2015, when the Museum of Art wanted to reconstruct Office, the only thing that still existed of this work was a black and white photo, the one you see on the left-hand side, that documented the Venice installation. And what happened next is a wonderful example for the differing values with regard to the preservation of a media artwork. While the artist Lamela initially tried to buy the room furnishings himself on eBay based on the historical design, the institution took the opposite approach. Since it was no longer possible to find an identical original furniture item, it reproduced it as accurately as possible based on the photographic model. In this way, an everyday object such as a telephone receiver was transformed into a lavishly reproduced and newly cast object. Through the reconstruction of performative media work that was current in the 1960s, became a static object. In a sense, the museum produced its own version, which appeared manageable within its institutional framework. At the conference Media in Transition at Tate Modern in 2015, the conservator of MoMA herself finally raised the question of whether the work was still properly, placed in her department of media art, or whether it would be better from now on to have it cared for by her colleagues in sculpture conservation. This example is not given here to condemn the restoration procedure, but to suggest the dependence of a work and its conservation history on institutional value frameworks and the resulting dilemmas between classical conservation conventions, focusing on the materiality, and on the other side, the concepts of media artworks. What is remarkable about this case is the openness with which both the conservator and the artist addressed this problem publicly, thereby also making public the ambivalences and problems of the chosen solution. So this was for me like one of the most interesting panel discussions, opening up about those procedures, and also also open up about the different ideas and approaches everyone would have taken, and also how openly the conservator talked about the problems that actually now arise from this, that it's like actually not anymore media artwork, but rather a sculpture that should be taken care of in another department. So, but just to tell you that there is also another possibility. So another interpretation of the work. Here's one from 2013 that followed the conceptual dimensions of the work and integrated current media like the internet, news feeds, and live TV as part of the displayed work. So the act of installation can be regarded as the production of meaning, depending on the respective decision-making process and what is identified as important. Each installation differs. Consequently, the interpretation of material and conceptual aspects become a constituting element of the work's identity. The installation that is shown in the museum space is the result of an institutional decision-making process, which depends on the power structures and authority within the group of stakeholders. Each interpretation attests to the notion of what is regarded as crucial for maintaining the work's identity at that very moment. So acknowledging this interdependence between an artwork and its preservation expands the notions from single authorship and unique original to a more processual and networked understanding based on constant interpretation. So, having discussed the basic challenges up to this, I want to offer some thought-provoking dimensions for institutional consequences, thinking of the preservation of contemporary art through networks of care. The dissolution of preservation task established so-called networks of care, a term Annette Decker coined, considering net art preservation some years ago. These networks of care are situated outside or at least on the boundaries of the museum, and is a key figure of growing importance because the expertise often no longer lies only with museum staff. So my first point would be this distributed knowledge. I cite, we are now less inclined to discuss registration, conservation, and curatorial functions as separate activities. Rather, we mutually discuss collection care, collection management, and stewardship. Preservation efforts are often the result of collaborative efforts among conservators, curators, educators, archivists, and technicians. The institution has thus to establish and maintain lasting connections to experts outside the institution. This fundamental change in the understanding of conservation practice towards a multidisciplinary network involving different decision makers in the handling of artworks has shifted to understanding of preservation from material objects to the organization and control of a network of various actors. So the museum itself is restructured, and conservation becomes the mediator of these collaborative processes. So to give you one concrete example from my own practice, one part of the growing number of new stakeholders in these networks of care are privately managed artist estates that become custodians of an artistic oeuvre. So I myself am working for the estate of late German conceptual artist Anna Oppermann, overseeing all her installations for the last decade now. So she died in 1993, and the estate established a certain way of interpretative reinstallation that is very particular, I think, in this context. And in the case of new installations of Oppermann's ensembles in the museum, regardless of whether the work is already in the collection or just has been lent from the estate. The realization has so far been carried out mainly by members of the estate. So when a museum wants to show an ensemble, they call the estate, and we go there and install it. So it's not the museum staff that is doing it. So it is not without reason, however, that such level realizations are often delegated to external experts. The necessary preparatory work often cannot be carried out in the everyday hamster wheel of the accelerated exhibition system, and in view of the scarcity of personal time and financial resources in public institutions, as conservators increasingly complain about. In addition to the intensive preparation phase, researching the artistic position, contextualizing an artwork, and conceptualizing a presentation, the installation of a larger ensemble takes several days and is a full-time task. This characteristic affects the custodial roles of memory institutions. It already has been shown that there are different kinds of custodianships within the museum, and there is no objective or passive custodian, and there is a necessity to contextualize conservation practices, followed by a self-reflection of institutional actors and their role in the conservation of contemporary art. However, as the expertise for preserving contemporary art is not situated mainly within the museum anymore, there is a growing importance of dynamic networks of care with distributed knowledge outside existing institutions. Consequently, the institutional role changes under these circumstances. For example, members of an artist estate might possess intangible knowledge about the artistic practice, as they might have been long-term collaborators of the artists, and the institution needs to hold this expertise accessible, but perhaps doesn't possess it anymore. Like, let's say, the museum staff are not the carriers of this knowledge anymore. So, yeah, on the one hand, the museum creates like sustaining alliances with various non-institutional stakeholders, but on the other hand, ultimately becoming also dependent on their support. So recognizing the importance, the task of the institution is then to facilitate these preservation processes, enabling and supporting each stakeholder through its expertise, as well as documenting the decision-making processes and the conditions and context of the care work. This shift of no longer focusing on collecting physical material that stays in the custodial care of the record creators resonates with ideas on post-custodian notions of the archive. Oh yeah, here is just like to illustrate what the different approaches might be. So yeah, we could say like the traditional museum or memory institutions, there's the idea that you have like a central storage or collection of most important information. And then there's a decentralized model where you still have certain nodes that might be more important than other ones. And then there's a distributed way. That means that like each node can be directly linked to one another. And of course, I mean, although it's for the institution, it might, like when it's like from a traditional sort, I would say, it might feel somehow like a loss of control. But at the same time, when we look at this distributed network, of course, this also is very stable because each node is connected to different other ones. So I'm curious what is developing in the New Media Museums project. Yes, so two last points I want to talk about. One is the post-custodianship, which is for me like very refreshing to also release perhaps the institution from certain burdens they have. First discussed in archival studies in the early 1980s, this concept shifted the focus of descriptions from static cataloging to mapping dynamic relationships. It expands the strategies of archival custodianship beyond the limited focus of collecting stable archival records to describing relations. Applied to the networks of care for artists' estates, for example, this conceptual framework enables the understanding of the underlying processes between different stakeholders concerning authority, authorship, and ownership, and the accessibility of this distributed knowledge. Consequently, the institutional focus again shifts beyond the single material record. It engages with the processual and contextual dimensions of these records, the functionality, interrelations, and creation processes. The reflection of the institutional collection policies, such as classification systems, may be displayed in changing arrangements and reuse of the diverse material, blurring the status between artwork and documentation. The presentation becomes research as well as mediation space for exploring interrelations in ongoing new constellations. So finally, I want to talk a little bit about like the potential I see in this. So it's not only breaking up institutions and like losing control in to a certain degree, but the potential I would say is that there is no longer only one authorial institution that controls cultural memory, but there are sediments of evidence preserved from different sources, and one could even speak of a counter-memory. German scholar Aleida Assmann, professor of English and Literature study, has been dealing with questions around memory since the early 1990s, and already at that time pointed out that epochal change of collective memory in connection with the technological obsolescence and storage media and material devaluation. So something like concerning new media, of course, is always at stake. Like as we all know, like all the devices become a real challenge for preservation. Assmann already concluded at that time a change in task of preservation from a permanent data grader to a permanent practice of rewriting information, which also includes the loss of the authentic career material. But then, like through this rewriting and reinterpretation, also adds new layers of understanding to the ontology of an artwork, for example. So finally, what I think is important is the instituent potential. So this dimension that we would need to consider in this development, for example, as far as the preservation of Anna Oppermann's work is concerned, but also other processual art practices. One could also speak of a certain compulsion to which conservation is subject. So certain processes must be carried out in order to preserve the work. Such processual works generate preservation practices and processes themselves, for example, by being site-specific and thus forcing a change of installation in new contexts, or by implementing, for example, that's one of my favorite examples, plants or other, let's say, natural material that have to be taken care of in an installation and can't be put in storage. So paradigmatically, the traditional work concept of preservation through freeze framing, which is also still practiced today, the potential of those kinds of works preservation lies, one could argue, precisely in the social effectiveness, in the sense of the creation and change of social reality of these preservation actions carried out on the basis of works of art. So that brings us also back to, I think, probably a lot of examples that will come up in the next 2 days. The institutional critical potential of these works from the 1960s and 70s that started like first using media more intensively in their works. So like they might have been created from an institutional critique point of view, or also function as a commentary to the institution. But now they, like you could say, like it's changed around and they require institutional action, and the institution needs to take a position and become visible itself through this interpretation on display. Posthumously, these art practices gain an additional relevance because they not only demonstrate institutional critique, but also force the institution to undergo a profound change by demanding new forms of preservation, like establishing relations outside the institutions with those networks of care. Mastering these tasks leads to the transgression of existing institutional boundaries and at the same time allows new structures to emerge. The museum becomes visible as a system of relationships rather than an institution with universal interpretative sovereignty. So aiming back at the institutions, these artistic practices might even have a binding effect and call for a scaling down of institutional commodities through instituent practices, a concept that Stefan Nowotny and Gerald Raunig developed as a third phase of institutional critique after the canonized institutional critique art practices of the 1970s and 90s. It greatly helps us in understanding the challenges of institutional structures through contemporary art. And it is only today, with a certain time delay, one could say, that the institution is really affected by these critical approaches. And this institutional effectiveness of institutional critique takes place not least in the preservation processes and practices transgressing traditional conventions. And now I'm leaving it here and looking forward to discussing your perspectives on how a network of care could look like in the new media museum context. And thanks for your attention. Here are some bibliography. Thank you.
So you are still sharing your screen. Maybe you can switch this off.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay, great. So are there any questions, comments to Anna? Yeah, let me ask maybe very generally, and it's probably, yeah, in order to also wrap up your talk. So how, so museums or collecting organizations are in their, oh, you can't see me now, sorry, so maybe I should come here. So they're usually, you know, like busy with the next opening, and there is not really time to do, you know, to try, experiment with new things, new workflows in the institution. There are, of course, always lack of funds, and there is, the knowledge is really siloed inside departments, and that is really hard to communicate across departments, across disciplines, across backgrounds. So how could you see that museums and similar institutions could really start building these networks of care, and maybe where do you see the benefit that could translate into kind of better well-being of the organization?
Yeah, I mean the question. I mean, so that's what I would like to understand more from what you are building there with the new media museum and how your approach is there. I mean, as far as I can say from now, like working a lot with German museums, on the one hand, so they definitely, I mean, there is no, they ask us as an art historian and media conservator to like have a look at the collection of media art, for example. So they don't have at all, for many years, they didn't have at all collect money or funding for collection care, because everything is into exhibition making. So, of course, I mean, it's just, like sometimes for 30 years, things haven't been touched. And I mean, that's public institutions, no? And so the problem, I mean, of course, we document everything we do, but the real problem, I think, is, I mean, it's not only a potential, but also a risk, of course, that like a lot of knowledge lies then with private persons or like free conservators that come in a certain way. So the question is actually, what kind of nodes would you create in this network that still function as a way where knowledge and information and practices can come together. And I think for me, and that's what we did with the Networks of Care project here in Berlin, it's a cultural political task to actually fund those overall structures. Because I definitely see that not each museum needs like the whole expertise on because it's like impossible. You need, like with the technological change and so on, you need different expertises. But I think it's in public interest that it doesn't sink in private structures. I mean, although I'm of course happy that I can work for those museums, but I think it's what we do is a public task. So, and that making this clear to like politicians and administration is very important. So I think that there is still a missing link, because a lot of people think that museums still work like always. And I mean, you can question the collections and practices and so on, but that there is actually a huge blind spot and also disruption in how they can take care. Is not yet understood, I think.
So I will give mic to a member of audience.
I would thank you, Anna, for this wonderful presentation. Name. Hi, I'm Aga. That was great, and I love these three categories of different kinds of networks of care that you theorized. And I would like to ask about this this model of post-custodianship network of care, and I was wondering how you envision a role of an institution within this model.
Yes. So, I mean, the idea actually, thanks again for Dušan, who actually, some years ago made me aware of this theory in archive practices and in archive theory. So for me, for many, I mean, we are just expecting such a huge wave of material. I mean, and that's also, in Western society, I mean, people are just like piling up things, and, you know, it's like in the art world, it's not different than anywhere else. So of course, the question is about sustainability and how to deal with this sheer mass of stuff. And definitely like working with a lot of artist estates and like looking around me with contemporary artists that never will be collected in museums collections because they don't have a market. So I always thought like, how would this be then possible to shift the attention from the material of works of art to other things? So, and not having the idea that everything is in an institutional storage and you bring all your stuff in there and then it's safeguarded. But because this won't happen, because like it's just like too challenging, and the dimension is just too much. So then that's what they, in archive theory from the 80s already started thinking of. Actually, how could you understand it more in a distributed way? So like also things and materials and knowledge stays within the context it was created. So it's not like in a central storage, but it's like distributed. And then the role of the institution changes in order to understand like how this record is used in a certain context. So it is not anymore that everything is collected in a central storage in an institution, but stays with people actually also. And so actually it's just, I think, a new function or a person or like a expanded role of the archivist, for example, in a library. Of course, then the next question would be like, what happens with all the material that stays with people? So you also would need, therefore, have a cultural structure that actually is aware of important or key heritage that would be supported through like public funding, for example, to be taken care of in certain contexts. But it's just like I think we need to understand that the central role of museums is not anymore perhaps in this collection or collecting, because de facto collection care is not what they do anymore because they don't have money and personnel and so on. So just acknowledging the fact and then thinking along from here. So what happens? It's important, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. This was really a wonderful talk and a short conversation. Do we have any maybe last comment? Otherwise, we will move on. Okay, we also, unfortunately, now you can see me again. Unfortunately, we are a little bit behind time, so thank you so much. And
yes, thank you for having me and looking forward to everything.
Yeah, me too.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye.
So I would say we continue without the break. We have another 2 hours of what we frame as a panel discussion, but basically we will have 5 presentations, one after another. We will start with Jakub Frank and Petr Válek, yes? Válek, sorry. Jakub is a curator of this newly founded collection of intermedia and new media, or sub-collection of intermedia and new media in Museum of Art Olomouc. And you are also, in terms of Central European Art Database, also of the museums project, of which this new media museums is kind of part of or participating in. Petr Válek maybe will be introduced by Jakub. So this was, we were very happy that you accepted the invitation. It was a little bit spontaneous decision. But I will give you a mic and please continue. So I should also say that you will be speaking in Czech.
I'll say it.
Okay, so if you want to grab the headphones, there will be this presentation will be simultaneously translated.
Thank you, Dušan. Actually, the whole colloquium is simultaneously translated. So even for the ones who would prefer to listen to the presentations in Czech, just to feel more relaxed, maybe, or whatever, just feel free to take the headphones there at the back. Zapnout další.
Roz dva.
Výborně. So I'll start briefly about our participation in the project New Media Museums, and then we'll follow up with a short discussion with Petr Válek, who is here as actually the only participant from the active artists field today. And yes, I will start the presentation in English, then I will skip to Czech, so we can perform together with the headphones on and off. Although the Olomouc Museum of Art's collection of new media art, as well as its experience in collecting these artworks, are probably one of the freshest ones among the institutions in this room, we feel that the topic of preservation of these artworks should be raised, and expertise in dealing with new media artworks should be gathered and shared to set satisfactory conditions and propose functional methods across organizations and institutions focusing on new media art to ensure their longest lifespan possible. Which is also why Olomouc Museum of Art, despite not having at the time a new media collection, initiated the project New Media Museums. At the previous meetings and workshops within the New Media Museums project, I talked about specific conditions that had led Olomouc Museum of Art to resign from collecting new media artworks in previous years, about types of artworks in the collections that require special care, like installations, kinetic sculptures, performance documentations, and I gave examples of artworks whose presentation on exhibition is or was highly problematic, like for example Spiral by Stanislav Zippe, or is barely possible due to malfunction of some of their components or obsolescence of their media, as was the example of software-based artwork by Federico Diaz, which is also in the collections of Olomouc Museum of Art. I've also outlined certain problems that may occur, and occur in fact, in the process of evidence and registration of new media artworks in the museum database of works due to technological, administrative, but most importantly, legal standards issues. I illustrated these with the example of the sound work by Roman Štětina, which was acquired in the museum's collections in 2020. On this side today, I would like to talk about the latest acquisition the museum made in 2021, which is a work by Petr Válek. And let me skip to Czech now.
So Petr Válek is a sound artist, performer, painter, creator of instruments, the author of videos that he shares on their social media, but most importantly he is interested in sound and noise. His work is really hard to define and categorize. He didn't study, an art school, and the categorization is really hard. He is interested in the DIY and manual approach and constant recycling and creativity. He mostly does kinetic objects and sculptures, and most important component of his work is the aesthetic effect of sound and overall acoustics. That is also one of the reasons why we wanted the acquisition of his artwork. Excuse me for a moment. We have some technology issues.
Yep. Can you hear us? Perfect.
His sound work was discovered fairly recently. 2 years ago, his work was exhibited in Brno's Vašulka Kitchen, Opava's Bludný kámen, and gallery in Pardubice. Another of his artwork is also part of an exhibition, Art et Marge Musée in Brussels. his work into the Museum of Art in Olomouc was created during the triennial in Middle Europe's art competition. The acquisition, we chose for the acquisition 2 projects, the work Verzophon and Import and Export. His work is composed of found materials, and he mostly uses the acoustic sound components. The composition, for the composition, it is really important to mostly understand the sound composition. If we talk about work import-export, the base that the work is standing on is very important. On this slide, you may see a YouTube channel of Petr Válek, where he posts new videos quite often. This is an interview of Petr Válek with Miloš Hroch. Here you can see a photo from exhibition in Opava's Bludný kámen. This is the work Verzophon that you may also see on the stage. There's also a video that I think we can skip for now. This is his installation, This is War, which I would like to show you on a video. This is the installation from Czech contemporary art in Šumperk. So, excuse me, the source doesn't work, so I have to look it up online. So this is the automatic pusher box from Bananas, and to get back to the import and export work, the most important component is the base that the work stands on. It is not the integrated part of the work, but it is very important. The sound that Petr Válek's works make really influences not only the visitors but also the workers, employees of the museum. It is also important to think about the interactions with Petr Válek's artwork. So I would like to talk about material sources, performance, concept or component in Petr Válek's work. We acquired the data from questionnaire, variable media questionnaire, or as variant. So now we will talk with Petr, and I would like to ask him some questions. Petr, welcome. So if we talk about your artwork Verzophon, or maybe we can even talk about import-export, could you shortly introduce it to us, please, and tell us how it was created and when was its first exhibition? Answer. Perhaps I should say why it was created. So I was really interested in what would happen when the wires will make sound. So that was one of the main and probably the only reason why a versophone was created. So the sounds that it creates are very important to me. So I also see certain stories in my work. I was not trying to create it at first as an artwork with the intent to be exhibited somewhere, but I was trying to see the aesthetic value of my work. But I'm not that much interested in how it looks, but more importantly how it sounds. So, question, so could you tell us how it works? Answer. Well, I'm very fascinated by the problems that arise from my artwork, because if it becomes part of the exhibition, there will arise certain problems. It will, once you turn it off, it will work for roughly 2 minutes, and then I don't think anyone will be allowed to turn it on again. I feel I'm somehow connected to this artwork or to the wires, and I also feel a certain responsibility for my work. It could be considered an art if you gave me a paper, a statement, and I would sign it, but I don't see it as an artwork right now. So we'll try turning it on.
True performative lecture.
Performativní dílo.
Prakticky k té materiální stránce
very performative artwork. Now I would like to get back to the performative component of the work. Could you tell us which components of the work you find necessary and which you could perhaps replace? I think a lot of the components could be replaced. I don't think it is necessarily important for the artwork. Probably everything could be replaced. Perhaps over a period of time it could be a completely different thing or a completely different artwork. So now about the recycling. Your artworks, after you do some performance with them, they are usually used for a totally different thing. Could you somehow tell us more about this, please? I'm very fascinated by the Czech method of creation. Usually in the suburbs or villages you use the first thing that you see, and you create, for example, a house for the chickens, or well, basically anything in the villages. So I can use anything to create my artwork. This is, for example, a piece of wood that someone else brought me. The upper wooden plate you see is from the machine, boiling water machine. So I don't really care about where it comes from. Now I would like to talk about the art and the aesthetics, and what do you think the viewer should feel or think about your artwork. Answer. Well, to be honest, I think it can be anything. It's really hard to answer this question. I think it will make people uncomfortable. It is a typically unpleasant sound, or I think it's a noise, but I like noise, I love it, so I feel happy when I hear this, but I love when something is ambivalent, or people view its diversity, and some love it and some hate it. And how do you think this work should be exhibited? Answer. To be honest, I don't really care. I just have to come to terms with the exhibition. I wouldn't normally come here, and I would never talk on stage because I'm a very shy person. But I feel a certain responsibility for my work, and maybe I should somehow sponsor it more or support it. But to be honest, I wanted the exhibition to be free. I don't have any special needs or things that I wanted to be in a certain space or anything, so it depends on the curator. Question. When we were talking about your artwork before this discussion, I wanted you to make a video about your artwork Versophon, and so we can somehow show your intentions with the artwork, so, or how you view it. So I would like to show that video to you now.
Tohle je video, které Petr Válek vlastně vytvořil, které jde jako doplňkový materiál vlastně do sbírek Muzea umění Olomouc. Nevím, jestli vlastně tohle je, teďka Petr říká, nevím, jestli tohle je ta správná, nebo jediná správná instalace, tedy zřejmě ne, ale řekněme, že to je nějaký autorský záměr reprezentovaný.
To je vlastně místo, kde se ta věc nacházela, byla na výstavě v takovém mlýně, kde vlastně doplňovala zvuk toho mlýna, který ale vlastně už nefungoval, že? Takže ten žádný zvuk neměl, takže ho spíš nahrazovala. A já jsem použil jenom ten prostor, jako na to video před doma, na to nemá místo, no tak to je. Jo, to nevím.
Vlastně docela zajímavá a důležitý aspekt.
A fairly important aspect of Petr's works is the fact that they are acoustic, and the sound may be amplified. and it is quite hard to make them go quieter or to be less loud. So also our interaction with Petr's artworks depends on this aspect. Yes, and I think that is really, really interesting to me. The more problems arise, the happier I will be. About the interactivity, you usually use more sounds during your performance. You even lay them one on top of another. You use them a lot like instruments. So how do you view the concept of live performance? Answer. To be honest, I've never thought about it. When something happens, I'm in the moment, and I don't really consider anything or anything else. I'm just in the moment, and I have to solve the problems at that moment, or I don't have to solve them at all. But once you put an artwork in an exhibition, to me it kind of becomes dead, and it is something different. I don't really know how to describe it. Question. Now for the presentation of the artwork, it is able to be turned on, and you've already mentioned that if someone turns it on during an exhibition, it will probably be on for 2 minutes, and then that will be the last 2 minutes of this artwork because it won't work anymore. But usually during exhibitions with these types of artworks, you have to look at the viewers and the visitors and take care of the artwork so they don't sort of destroy it. How do you view this? Answer. Well, to be honest, when I'm not there, I don't really care what happens with my artwork. When I turned it on, you could see that the lights were kind of flickering, so there could be a malfunction during the time during its functionality. So you basically have to turn it off, and you have to hear the sound of the turning off, and there are many more problems that can happen. Now for the conservation of your artwork, which is one of the main topics of this colloquium. How should we act when something malfunctions during the exhibition? There is some malfunction in your artwork. Some curators would put different components in the artwork to make it work again, or the restorers. Is this acceptable to you, or should they consult it with the creator? Answer. Well, I think I don't think any restorers or curators should make it work again. Like, I believe that once I'm dead, I'm dead, and once my artwork is dead, it is dead as well. But like after I'm dead, perhaps they can make it work again because I wouldn't care anymore. Question. Do you think during the repairment should there be a sort of upgraded version of the components, or should they stay the same? What do you think? Answer. Well, I don't think the quality of this artwork can get any better. For example, I put a few more components after I saw a little malfunction, but perhaps next time I will make it a little better. And I like the malfunctioning, I really do. And now when you acquired this artwork in Art Museum in Olomouc, I really appreciate it. And I think I owe you. So now for the questions, perhaps. Petr also says he has one more of his artworks here today, so perhaps during a break we may show it to you. So now if anyone has questions from the audience, and thank you very much, and thank you, Petr.
So are there any questions? Are there any dotazy? Ja by som len povedal, že ako z pohľadu povedzme reštaurátorov, konzervátorov, tak ste ako možno ako ideálny umelec, že oni v tom žargone sa ukotvili také pojmy, že scene description a thick description, čo v podstate znamená ako taká tá úzka šablóna, úzky šanón, že o tom diele nám stačí proste pár vecí, ale máme v podstate slobodu, čo s tým môžeme robiť, a potom sú umelci, ktorí fakt majú ten šanón veľmi hrubý a majú ako veľmi detailne prejdené všetky možné situácie, ktoré môžu nastať z kontextu toho diela a ako má v tých situáciách tá inštitúcia postupovať. Tak ďakujem za toto, to bolo naozaj ako krásne, výborné a ďakujem, že ste si našli takto tiež na...
So thank you very much, Petr, for the answers, and thank you.
Máme ešte predsa len otázku.
Prosím na mikrofon, Martine.
Okay, so we have one last question, probably. I wanted to ask, why the museum chose these particular artworks to acquire, or was there some kind of vision based on your talk with the author, or well, perhaps I don't want to ask further questions, so please just answer this. The strategy of Museum of Art Olomouc, to be honest, or according to the strategies, Petr is perfect for us because he comes from Loučná nad Desnou, which is in the region of Olomouc region. But more importantly, we worked with Petr on some projects, and I also took part in the Opava's exhibition where his artwork was exhibited, so I knew Petr, and I knew we should give him space or place to show his artworks. And the new media exhibition or the new media collection is more oriented onto the performance or sound part, so that also fitted it. No, I was actually interested whether there was some continuity, or whether there will be some continuity in cooperation with Petr, or if this will be only one-time thing. Answer. Well, because we know one enough and we've worked together before. We are currently talking or thinking about making a huge performance in Museum of Art Olomouc. So we will most definitely support Petr's work and exhibit it in our museum. Thank you very much. Excuse me, we also have a discussion at the end, so if you'll have any further questions, you may ask afterwards. The next speaker will be Agnieszka.
Yes. Oh, great. So please let me welcome Agnieszka Kubicka-Dzieduszycka and Dagmara Domagała, curators and project managers from WRO Art Center in Wrocław. WRO is one of the founding partners of New Media Museums project, and yeah, it's our pleasure to have you with us, at least remotely. And please, floor is yours.
Yeah, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thanks for having us. We regret a lot that we can't be with you in Olomouc, but we are in our thoughts and hearts with you. And yeah, and we'll start the presentation. So, Dagmara, could you? Yes, we need to share our screen. Yeah, you have this in German. So I have this in German, but I can help you. Okay, let's wait a second. No, it's not that screen. We are here, and we're almost there. Yep. Okay. Now you should see our screen. Yeah. We will make it like that. So our presentation is dedicated to the work from the WRO collection, which is called On the Silver Globe. And the project development started in 2012. And first, we would like to introduce you shortly to the concept of the work and how it all started. So we are going to go for the pictures. So the main inspiration for creating the piece were two photographs by Zygmunt Rydka, donated by the artist to the WRO collection. And those are two photographs of the TV screen made on July 20th, 1969, during the broadcast of the first man landing on the moon. And what is really interesting in this case, that Poland was the only country in the Warsaw Pact in which this global media event was available live. So other countries were banned from the transmission, and in Poland you could see live broadcasts from the moon landing in 1969. And what we can see on the screen is the first photograph with the ending credits of the live broadcast, which can be translated into "we have just finished the transmission from the moon." So it was the first photograph donated by Zygmunt Rydka to our collection, and the second one is like the very famous photograph of Neil Armstrong having his first step on the surface from the moon. And this is all it all started from those two photographs. So the first implementation of the photograph that was donated by the artist was in 2012, done by VRO Center Group. This is like a group of artist curators that are working at VRO. Person involved in the VRO Center Group varies a lot, but the main core are Piotr Krajewski, our artistic director, and Paweł Janicki, an artist that is responsible for our interactive systems that are part of the VRO activity. So the first implementation of the photograph was using only one of them. Yeah, only the one with the board that says that we just have finished the transmission from the moon. With an image of a white noise projected on a silver screen of a CRT monitor, with a video downloaded from YouTube of Neil Armstrong just hopping around the surface of the moon. The second implementation of the work consisted two photographs donated by Zygmunt Rydka, and also interactive system, because the first implementation wasn't interactive at all. It was only an image projected onto the screen, and the second implementation consisted of an interactive system where we could control the image that is projected onto the silver screen.
Control and change.
And change, yes, and change, because this version consisted not the image of Neil Armstrong hopping around the moon, but the very famous work of Georges Méliès, Le Voyage to the Moon.
Dans le monde.
Dans le monde. Dans le monde. Yeah, and the interactive system was giving us an opportunity to change the grid and the depth of the image. We could change the view, like from watching the surface of the moon that was mainly made with the pixels from the Méliès work, into a kind of a new perspective by seeing the image of the Earth from the surface of the moon. Yeah, and we could manipulate the levels of distortion in the image by our mobile devices. At that time, there were many iPads. We didn't have smartphones at that time, I guess. Yeah, and the second version of the work on the Silver Globe was donated to the foundation in situ, which was created by Zygmunt Rydka in Sokołowsko. So this version is still there, probably.
Maybe it's important to add that at that time Zygmunt Rydka was alive. He died a year ago, so all these performative actions around these two vintage prints that he donated to us were kind of accepted and very welcomed by him. And this, as a sign of this very welcomed, very warm support of our, let's say, activation of the original meaning of his two photographs, we decided to donate this artwork to the collection of the In Situ Foundation in Sokołowsko, close to Wrocław.
Yeah. Thank you, Agnieszka, because this is really important for the further conclusions of the presentation, that the artist knew about the manipulations and the process that was happening around his work. And the third version has had its premiere in 2017. It was shown in Warsaw at the Dom Słowa Polskiego, like the old printing house that was being like totally destroyed and renovated itself. So it also gives a context to the work.
Basically it was, maybe it's also important to add, it was the main printing house for the communist press in Poland, like for all the main communist daily newspapers, the central printing house in abandoned, deteriorated state, where we could present this really large-scale version of On the Silver Globe, part 3.
Part 3, and very interesting thing happens here, because as you can see in this video documentation, the photograph disappears. There is no more photograph in the third version of the Silver Globe. We have only the big screening with Georges Méliès's work, and the Silver Globe with the projected image of totally different input. This time also the input of the small screen has changed, because we can see the earth with the white noise in the background, and we can switch the view to see the found footage images from the mission control room at Houston, the NASA headquarters, where are sitting a lot of people that control the mission of the moon landing, for example. But not only this, there are many other images taken from YouTube that are documenting the process of making space exploration possible. And this year, 10 years later, in 2022, we have shown this work at the Wro Art Center in the version of the same version that we have shown in Warsaw, without the photographs, with a totally different interface for interaction that was done by Paweł. We could manipulate the image on a different level than in the second version of the Silver Globe. So this is a short history of the process of creating on the Silver Globe in its various versions, how it changed and how it looked at the beginning and how it looks now. And I think we can proceed to our second section, and this is Agnieszka, floor is yours.
Preservation. So I want to thank Anna really for, it was a brilliant idea that she could start, and we have the chance to present our part after her lecture, because I recognize lots of let's say of our approaches in her theoretical approach to the issues of media art preservation within the networks of care. So On the Silver Globe is for sure not an example of classical museum preservation. When we think of these two photographs, we even, didn't preserve them well, because we gave them back to the artist. So it was a kind of preserving those photographs, a way of preserving those photographs within a cycle of mutual exchange, because Zygmunt Rydka gave us another vintage print. So we still have it in our collection. White gloves off. What does it mean? It really stands for this approach that the artworks have to be experienced. I made a notes from Anna's presentation, and I would say here, this is a very great example of expanding the ontological aspect of the work and shifting the attention to its performative qualities in order to better understand the cultural context of the time when these two original photographs were created. So what understanding of culture can be derived from this vintage print, we tried to understand, and we tried to share this cultural understanding, the understanding of the context, by creating a new work. So it's a kind of freedom of creative reconstruction. We call this practice within our institution, we are not a museum, we are an art center, we are a non-governmental institution. We are pretty much free when it comes to our programming, our daily practice. We call our archive and collection like active art archive. So activating the contents of the art archive is, I guess, one of our main tasks, main goals. Also, when it comes to just the practice of exhibition making. It's not only a practice of conserving or preserving, but this activating of artworks is a kind of daily practice when we work with the audience in the within the current exhibitions. You can call it art mediation, but I would say that this art mediation practice is under the roof of this active art archive. So we took our freedom of creatively reconstructing this cultural context by adding new elements, by totally changing, expanding the ontological form, the shape of the artwork, I guess that, you know, this preservation by documentation is also very important here, because even by showing you this series of photographs, you could kind of retrace the development of this work, of the meaning of this work. So preserving meaning by using documentation, by preparing documentation in various types, in various outputs. That's, I guess, a very important feature of our approach to working with our archive and collection.
Yes, and what can be taken from this, what Agnieszka has said, that we are having kind of anarchistic strategy concerning the preservation and restoration and management of works that are in our collection. And as we were talking about on the Silver Globe in the context of our today's presentation, we have thought about this maybe the answer, or not the answer, the question that we can put out for further consideration is that we maybe should head back to the origins of media art. That was in general a counterculture strategy, an anarchistic strategy, that the artworks weren't meant to be shown in museums. And the artists weren't thinking about the preservation process at all. Yeah, it was only exploration of the new medium in a very free way that wasn't institutionalized. Yeah, so maybe this strategy that we can see in on the Silver Globe artwork is showing us a possible liberation from preservation. So not preserving things, but letting them live their own life. Yeah.
Letting them evolve, letting them expand their meaning over time. And here I also see some very close points with what Anna called post custodianship. That could be this liberation from classical preservation. I see like within and this field marked by the term post custodianship. So again, here the questions arise: what shall be preserved? rather the material, obsolete components of the work, or its meaning, its idea that reverberates across time and gains new layers of meaning, but not losing the original meaning, because those cultural artifacts, they are not stable elements. They are alive because we are like updating them, or the context of the times or the context are updating them. So following those updates could be a possible possible way to preserve the original meaning, this layering of meanings. It's also a kind of update.
Yeah, as you could see in the installation itself, what is really important for the anarchistic strategy and anarchistic point of view, we could see that many components, many inputs are taken from the internet. Yeah, so it's like a hacking strategy of found footage materials that are distributed freely online. And the same thing concerns the Georges Méliès work, because like it has passed the 100-year border where it became an open source material that you can freely download from the internet and do whatever you want with it. Yeah, and this is the strategy that was also included in the process of developing on the Silver Globe. So the internet is also a point of interest in this case, which is really, really strong in the anarchistic strategies of artists taking somebody else's art and freely processing it to their own means.
What do we have next?
We have pros and cons of this kind of
approach. Also Petr Válek and Jakub Frank, thank you for this wonderful presentation, because you also actually dealt with that question when the artwork gets lost, when it is dead, when does it become inactive. So that's a question. Is it its material structure, or is it the fact that no one remembers it, that there are no records of it? Open source artworks, I guess that the on the Silver Globe series is a great example of such open source artwork, and also again it's probably also somehow connected to these open distributed networks or knowledge that Anna was referring to. We used, we opened up the let's say the construction field on the Silver Globe, because we reflected the cultural importance of the fact of the moon landing in that historical context in the communist time, which was very much the original meaning of Zygmunt Rydka's photograph, of course, with a great addition of irony and humor. And we have reflected that process of our human longing for let's say, a better world supported by technology, which of course the space race was the classical example of. So we researched the open source of ideas within the team. We also used the open source materials such as these video clips available in free domain. We finally also used the open source of these old devices. You saw some old cathode ray tubes that we, I guess the first one we bought in this small repair shop that doesn't exist anymore, just like 100 meters from the Raw Art Center. The other ones we also searched on online trade services. So this is also kind of open network, open source of available materials that can be used. Well, the issue of obsolete media, I guess we don't have to talk much about it. We are all aware that technology changes, the systems change, certain devices are not available anymore. So it's super important to understand the level of importance that using of certain technology is crucial for the meaning of the artwork. Because sometimes, or in many cases, it is important, and in many other cases, it doesn't really play an important role. So this user perspective, like viewer and user perspective, should be here taken under consideration. So including this kind of experiential aspect, what the audience can do with this artwork, what kind of experience was originally designed, what kind of space is needed. I think these are more crucial questions than than trying to really preserve and conserve every technical element, or just like using a certain browser or using a certain software. In many cases, it doesn't play a big role. So always paying attention to this user perspective, I guess, is important here. And of course, for new acquisitions, you need a new imagination of how your artwork can travel across time. So again, I guess we come back to the issue of documentation and really working closely with the artists, if they are alive, like really talk to them, record them, collect as much documentation as only possible, because you have to understand the core value, the core elements, distinctive elements of the work when it comes to its ontological form, as well as when it comes to this designed experience for the audience, and ideological level, the level of meanings and ideas.
Yes, and important are also issues of intervention and modification that should be always done in the context of developing the restoration process or modification process with the artist, if it is possible. And this is what we are doing here at WRO mostly all the time. As Agnieszka said, there are also many issues that came from obsolete media. For example, when we need an emulation process for some kind of a software that doesn't exist anymore, maybe it's better to create the experience which is closer to the original experience by using completely new technology, not being fixed onto the things that are original, but to get stick to the emotions of the user, as Agnieszka said.
Yeah, maybe one sentence more, because again, I look at my notes from Anna's lecture, and there is the great question: how much can an artwork change, right? And the issues of authorship, of spread, shared authorship. These are parts of this new imagination when it comes to acquisitions, new acquisitions in the museums, but also when it comes to daily practice of such, let's say, more anarchistic institutions as we are.
Yeah, and the biggest question that grows here is the question about is the question of if Rytka's work is still present in the Silver Globe.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the main.
Yeah, we discussed that in the last days, because well, I personally liked best the first and second version of the Silver Globe, on the Silver Globe, because the original artwork was still there. And when working with the audience, when, you know, doing these guided tours and having these talks, activating the audience, by activating the meaning of the artwork, for me, it was more handy. It was easier to have this original photograph. And also people, like of older generation, they reacted very emotionally. They could really remember this night of the first transmission from the moon. So it was the really good way to activate this cultural context, to talk about these changed meanings, these new layers of meanings. So for sure, on the Silver Globe 3 installation is, I would say, an artwork inspired by, but not containing the artwork, not a mean of its preservation, whereas the first two examples could be still considered as examples of, let's say, expanded, extended, open and free preservation of these two vintage prints.
Yes, which brings us to conclusions.
Yeah, so art institutions can serve as time travel machines for concepts and contexts. I really don't remember when, in which lecture, Erkki Huhtamo, the very important scholar, the creator of media archaeology, told this, that the entire culture is a kind of constant play of concepts looking for context. And it's also about the media art and contemporary art. Like every once in a while, there are some concepts and ideas that pop up suddenly after 200 years. We come back again to the issues, I don't know, of some automatons, of some machines. Like for instance, the very famous Turk mechanical chess player. This idea pops up now when we think of the Turk system and the Amazon, right? So these are the good examples for concepts looking for context across time. And we believe that art institutions can really serve as time machines for preserving these contexts and these ideas. Well, obsolete contexts and technologies, I guess we talked enough about it. Reconfiguring visions. That's again the question, how much an artwork can change? How free are we as collecting institutions? This is an issue of negotiating with the artists or with the people overseeing the estate of the artist, just like, again, back to Anna, oversees the archive, the estate of this German Anna Oppermann. Yeah, Anna Oppermann. So replay instead of freezing. That's our closing conclusion, I guess.
Yeah. The manifesto.
Our manifesto, yeah. Let's replay instead of freeze. And with these words, we thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much as well. So, yeah, thank you for your anarchist contribution. That was very needed, I guess, and we're really thankful for that. I'm afraid we're really running, we really ran quite over time, so I would give maybe floor for one comment or question. So, yeah, you were first.
No, but I asked all my questions.
Okay.
I can keep it for later.
Yep. Hi, I'm Michal from Film Archive Prague. You were talking about this counterculture origin of media art. It was in time where this was beginning of internet, beginning of electronic media. What role of media artists do you see now, where this landscape was taken by corporations, surveillance, and is there any place still for this counterculture position, or how do you recontextualize this in today's media? Thanks.
Yeah, I would, even with the beginnings of media art, I would go even farther back, and really this exposition of music, electronic television, the 11 days of a fully anarchistic exhibition by Namjoon Paik in Wuppertal in 1963 is for me really the birth hour of media art, with all its further components, like, including live transmission or intervention into live broadcast, reshaping, changing, preparing the devices, including live performative elements, and really putting this super critical context, like intervening in the live broadcast in 1936, when the live broadcast took place only for 2 hours. So the exhibition was also opened only 2 hours a day because they needed the live transmission. Was a highly anarchistic act, and I still see practices by artists such as, for instance, Joanna Moll, who Spanish artist, partially working in Berlin. Her practice is very much oriented at revealing, the hidden systems of interdependence, of control. Her latest work researching, the impact of cookies on also environmental aspect is really highly recommended. Also, such collectives as French collective Ribbon.org or Disnovation.org, they all deal with the notion, let's say, of media literacy in the times of big data. So by going behind the screens, behind the shiny, glossy interfaces on our screens, by practicing this critical approach to to the systems, to systemic structure of this, let's say how some call it surveillance capitalism, which is, it has many names, but we surely all know and understand that now this global capitalistic system is just based on new media and new technologies. So there is still place for that, but very often, like in more traditional art schools, like for instance in Poland, still, you know, media art is understood as the way, you know, how to operate Photoshop. I'm of course like oversimplifying for a reason, but I guess it shows clearly the two approaches. Either I use some product that is on the market, or I learn how to code by myself, how to hack available devices, how to reuse them, repurpose them, and I do my own stuff. And I reveal a part of this opaque, you know, structures that look so beautifully to the outside world.
Very much. That was really wonderful to listen to you, and I'm really thankful that you brought in really reinterpretation as a preservation strategy into discussion. I think we will hear more about it. So the next speakers are Anna Tudos, who is a curator at the C-Cube Foundation, and Marta Cene, who is an artist collaborating with the C-Cube Foundation. Please, I will turn the laptop back. Yes. And C-Cube is another founding partner of the New Media Museums project, and the foundation is based in Budapest, and it's been running for almost 30 years now, or yes, but yes. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. We're really happy to be here today. I'm Anna, and together with Marta, today we will talk about issues connected to the C3 archive. I'm not sure I'm using this button, right? Can someone maybe just... No, it should be fine, but whatever. I'll speak fast. So the C3 Center for Culture and Communication Foundation, this doesn't work. Maybe I'll just do it like this then, you can see, right? So we are a very small institution, kind of in hibernation. We don't have an exhibition space, but more importantly, we have a very big collection of media artworks. I'm having technical issues, sorry. Is there another program I could use? Okay. Like Chrome? Perfect. So our very small collection is mostly from the 90s to the early 2000s, as the successor, as C3 is the successor of the SCCA in the region. So our collection is really more of an archive of these works, and there hasn't been any new acquisitions or additions to the archive in recent years. It's very, very rare that we get to actually work on it. It's kind of a dinosaur. But so now that we had the chance, we kind of went a little overboard, as you can see, and we did three things. So first, we wanted to kind of fill in the gaps with this online database that you can reach on these addresses that you see. It needed kind of like a new admin interface, but also there's a lot of missing works and missing information. So following that train of thought, we wanted to specifically look at the works of an artist, László Révész, a frequent contributor and collaborator of C3, who sadly passed away not so long ago. And last but not least, we wanted to do something about the rare net art collection with pieces from the 90s. So today Marta will present her research into Révész's works, and I will offer a sneak peek into the net art research.
So László Révész studied painting at the Hungarian University of Fine Arts and animation at the Hungarian University of Applied Arts. The 4 decades-long life work of this multi-talented artist was interrupted by his unexpected death in March last year. In the 1980s, he made Dadaist intellectual performances with András Böröc. From the 1990s onwards, painting and film became dominant in his art, but from the 1980s on, he constantly made artworks on computers, video works and installations. In 1992, working for Vox TV and later on several international residency programs, he was able to use modern computers and software for his art projects, that time inaccessible in Hungary. In addition to many European and American institutions, his works also appeared in the 8th Castle Documenta. The most important features of his art are narrative and parallel perception, the montage of juxtaposed images like windows on top of each other on a computer screen, or iconostasis. He was a regular participant in almost all the exhibitions and programs of C3 Foundation and its predecessor, the Soros Center for Contemporary Art. The documentation in the archives and the collection of C3 is fragmentary, partly disordered, and it is questionable what and at what level can be reconstructed of his previously exhibited works without the artist. In the life of an artist, it is often the case that a work created in a technically well-equipped environment has to be rearranged for a more modest exhibition. These changes can also cause uncertainties in the reconstruction if the artist did not separate the versions with titles or some other way. More so if the exhibition documentation mixes up the photos taken at the previous site, he presented as an installation proposal, with the version appearing in the new exhibition. An example of this is the story of the video installation Sun, shown at the Media Model exhibition of 3C in 2000. But what I want to talk more about is what happened in practice when exhibiting an old work that was documented differently in various places, and the negligence of both the author and the institutions played a role in the story. On 3Three's 2001 exhibition, Science Fiction, held by several smaller art institutions, Révész featured a work entitled Transfer. At the Both Ways International Exhibition, organized by Museum Ludwig as part of the Science in the City Festival in Trieste Contemporanea, he presented a video Transfer in August 2020. In the introductory text of the exhibition's curator, Anna Bálványos, describes Reves's work with this sentence. His video, Transfer, is based on the idea that the movement of the earth can be used in transport. Lyon and Szexárd, a city in a wine region in Hungary, are in the same latitude. So, wine transportation to Lyon can be easily solved according to that. All other texts on the exhibition quote this literally. As it appears from a virtual exhibition on the site of Trieste Contemporanea, the video was shown without any textual explanation, and in itself it is extremely ambiguous and difficult to interpret. In the C3's 2001 exhibition catalogue, illustrated by just a few video stills, the work is called Video Installation, or elsewhere, Interactive Installation. I did not find any detailed pictures of the exhibition, and possibly no detailed documentation was made. The art press also reacted strangely to the exhibition as to the previous media model. They practically gave the impression that it was not even an art exhibition. There has been talking of desirable and undesirable viewer attitudes related to the new genre, the rise of interactivity and video, the inevitability of new technologies, and the artworks were rarely mentioned and hardly ever described or interpreted. An introductory booklet and a small catalogue related to the exhibitions were created for the science fiction event series in 2001. In the letter, Reves's full interpretive text appears and tells that the work is a report about the scientific operation of a fictional researcher made after his mysterious disappearance. In the video, his disciples half convincingly and half disbelievingly recount his plan, using the energy of the Earth, its rotation, to solve international transport between cities on the same latitude. As an explanation of how the device works, an experimental trip would document the rotation of the Earth as a photogram of stars on a film strip spread over the entire Szexárd-Lyon route. According to the closing lines of the description, the main goal of the work is the reconstruction of the researcher's character with all remaining documents. I would like to exhibit all the documents in my possession: the film, the plans, a short section of the interview, and his notes. According to this, the film, the notes, and the plans could have formed the rest of the installation. On the other hand, neither these nor any additional text about the work were on display in Trieste. Since the curator has presumably only seen the shorter of the two publications, and the artist did not inform her, it couldn't have been revealed to her that Transfer was originally the name of the geo-movement transportation device, hence the title of the work. So it's not transfer, it's transfer. Of the many questions that the situation raises, only one is that when a video part of a work can be included in a media art archive or digital collection, what will happen to the other objects in the installation that are obviously not possible to store there? They remain the property of the artist because they cannot be reproduced. Thus, however, the archived work remains fragmentary.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you.
Now I will very briefly show the work we've done with the net art collection at C3. A lot of these works have this power that really lies in the promotion of a free and utopic vision for the internet, which was typical of this early stage. And it really comes through when you look at these works. But these works simply cannot be preserved in their original state because of files being lost or technology kind of disappearing. So acknowledging this, we decided to create a new net art piece with the aim to preserve the context, the essence, the logic of these works. So homepage by Mark Fidwelski and I guess myself is kind of like an alternative archive based on and featuring the net art collection of C3. So I would like to encourage you to visit the site, explore it in its depth. For some it will be a trip down nostalgia lane as it kind of embodies the design style of these early websites, but for some it might be kind of a new kind of user experience. The website explores the themes of technoculture, cyberspace, the grid, corporate landscape, hyperdimension, and virtual horizons, all in relation to what it was like to create for the internet in the 90s. This is an example of how we featured one of the pieces in the collection on this new website. This is a work by Zoltán Szegedi Maszek, which was made in '98, and it offered an endless grid where the visitors of the website could place three-dimensional objects that were created based on their own content, which were images or videos. So you could place your objects everywhere on that grid, and whoever visited the next website next would be able to find them there. This is a lost website in a way because of the format, the file format that was used to create these 3D sculptures became obsolete. So obviously it could be recreated with new technologies. But instead of doing that, we decided to present it in this context of the cyberspace and show it as an attempt to create a democratic space where everyone could contribute and build it together in that moment in history. This is what the objects look like. So you would upload your image and it would transform it to something that looked like this and put it into this grid that you could then explore. Oops. So I hope you find something interesting in there. Feel free to contact me about it or talk to me during the colloquium if you'd like to know more. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow, so this is, yeah, thank you so much, both of you, for the really nice presentation. If there is any question or comment, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm curious, so within this, it looks like there is a lot of work behind this new platform. To what degree would you say that these included works are restored, and to what degree would you say they're in different versions or only documented?
They are not restored at all. So we left everything as it is. Some of the parts are working, some of them are not. As you can see, there are links to more documentation, more images, more screenshots. In this case. But here we really tried to do something that I guess was addressed by Agnieszka with the anarchist kind of time travel institution, or by Anna with this post-custodianship idea, and show more the context of these works and how they relate to each other, how they relate to that moment in time in Hungary in this case, but also internationally. A lot of the net artworks in the archive, like the Shulgin one, was made on a residency. We kind of wanted to organize it in a engageable way and give a meeting point of information more than showing them in their original states. This was a decision. This is kind of like an approach, an alternative approach maybe. But I'm interested in what you guys think about it.
So thank you a lot. So if there are no more comments or questions, I wanted to bring in Ela Vysocka, but I can't see her in space since she was involved in the restoration of one work made for C-Cube collection. But yeah, maybe we'll get to it in a roundtable. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
So the next presentation is from PAF. Přehlídka animovaného filmu, but maybe it's not abbreviation anymore. We have Martin Mazanec and Nela Klejbanova, who are curators, project managers at PAF. I have to say, well, PAF is another founding partner of New Media Museums project, and we were very lucky that their spring edition of their festival is starting tomorrow. So there will be a smooth transition from more, let's say, discursive, remembrance-oriented event to more of a live, performative festival taking place on Friday and Saturday. I think you will be presenting a new productions of PAF. Do you want to? What presentation? Ah, the book. Okay. So PAF is also based in Olomouc, where Museum of Art Olomouc is based, but okay. Budete okay.
Sorry, we are from the Festival of Film, Animation and Contemporary Art. and cannot work with these technical devices. So we are glad to have a presentation during this panel dedicated to new media museum case studies. Our colleagues Marie Meixnerová and Tomáš Javorek, they presented the case study dedicated to screensaver and screensaver gallery during last 2 workshops. And this time we would like to present shortly PAF itself as a case study, and maybe we try to define something like an archive of PAF during these 10 minutes, and maybe if it is going to be interesting for one of the state institution or organization here, we can dedicate this archive during this live stream to one of these organizations or institutions. So maybe it will be interesting for you. We are a cultural platform based here in Olomouc, as Dušan mentioned. We are a non-government organization, and as it is mentioned here, once upon a time in Olomouc 20 years ago, PAF was founded as a festival, and the medium of festival is still very interesting for us, and we are trying to find like what does it mean, the festival, if it is event or if it is exhibition, and if it is a way how to look on or archive or preserve the media art itself, because one of the theses maybe for this short talk is that we are not like looking on a history of the art world through artists or objects or artworks, but more in a way of interpreting and analyzing events like exhibitions, festivals. So maybe like these contexts may be like a key to final archiving of our history or media history. So and maybe it's important to tell that this presentation will have 3 parts. First is to present a little bit like what is the PAF nowadays. It means it's not a festival anymore, that is just like connected with the film animation, and we are we are like a net art. And the second part will be dedicated to other visions, competition, and the archive we have. And this is something what we would like to discuss, what can be the future of this archive. And the third part will be the reading of PAF itself. It means that we would like to show you how we read the PAF nowadays. So maybe if you want to tell something.
Yeah, maybe you want to present PAF first.
Yeah. So PAF started as a festival of film animation 20 years ago, but this like media specificity is not actual for us anymore. So we can tell like the PAF itself is more connected with this post-media condition we live in, and we are trying to combine moving image with other forms of visual arts and music. And this is a framework how we build up our curatorial projects that are nowadays not connected just with the festival, but with our small gallery based in Olomouc and other activities like publishing books or curating other events in a Czech or international context. Maybe it's too fast, but like it's okay. But let's go to the next. So the content of our archive is based on our curatorial projects and activities in the field of the moving image. And what does it mean for us? For us, it means that we have a kind of archive. We cannot call it archive itself. It's something like a history of 20 years. And we can read it. It is one way we decided to work with, that we are trying to still interpret, analyze, and publish articles and books about media art, moving image, and trying to work with our own history, because the festival itself is quite like specific in a way that we are producing new works, presenting them in a new context, and sometimes distributing. Distribution was one of the aims in the past. We are still trying to work on this, but it's something quite like hard to establish in a Czech context. Maybe not so hard, but it's activity that is still at the beginning. And one case study that was presented during the last workshops is the category of a screensaver we work with. Another category we worked in the past was the category of audiovisual performances and live animation concepts. And still we have like a lot of documentation, a lot of works that were commissioned by PAF. And it's something that is still open if we decide to work with this in a physical way, or if we will just publish books about and present some text and image-based archive on our website or future website. And another quite important activity for us, what started to be systematic archive, is collection of 150 videos now, based on our competition called Other Visions. Other Visions started 15 years ago, and I will tell more about. And somehow it illustrates the concept of other cinema or other moving image. We know, like from concept from Erika Balsam and other film theorists. And it's quite by coincidence that we started to call it Other Visions 15 years ago. And maybe you can tell us something more about the curatorial background, and maybe to illustrate somehow how the context of this curatorial background can cover the importance of the whole collection instead of one work or one artist.
Thank you, Martin. Hi, everyone. So, as Martin mentioned, I'm going to just shortly introduce the competition and maybe talk a bit more about our building and unprofessional archive. So, Other Visions is a competition which started 15 years ago, and its aim is to map the contemporary art of the moving image produced in Czech Republic. So we have public open call where you can submit your work, and there is the condition that the work can't be older than 18 months from the competition, from the open call. So we are really mapping the newest production in the Czech Republic. And also, as I mentioned, it needs to be produced in Czech Republic. Then we, every year we invite different curator from art and also film field. And this curator then selects 10 works from these submitted works. And the curator can also nominate some works to the competition, but they just need to, fit into the conditions of the competition. So how we work with the selection? We usually, because it's a competition, we present the whole selection at PAF Festival that is usually happening in December every year. And we present it in 2 modes of presentation, because also, as Martin said, that we are really interested also in this film and art field and their connection and stuff. So first one, as you can see, is the installation. It's quite challenging to curate an exhibition of 10 video works in one space for 4 days. So here are just some examples from past few years. And then the curator also makes the screening selection. It means that he also or he or she also choose the order of the screening, and and it's also screened in the cinema situation. So these are just the two modes, and then there we have an international jury, which or who decides about the winner of the competition. But we don't really work with only the winning works, but we then, after the December presentation, we work for a whole year with the selection, and we present it at other festivals or galleries or events or screenings in the cinema. But
now, what to do with this archive?
Yeah. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, and now we have about 150 work exactly, and yeah, I mean, we have an archive full of hard disks, as you can imagine, as we are non-profit organization, and we are our aim is not to build a professional archive, but we think that these selections really are showing some history of moving image in Czech Republic. So, as Martin said, if someone would be interested to take care of 150 works that are really showing last 15 years of involving the moving image in Czech Republic, we are open to the discussion.
Yeah, but this offer is open just for 5 minutes now, so you have to decide during now, or 10 minutes maybe. But what's important, because this collection is analyzed by these curators, so it's not just a collection collected of collected videos by chance, but really prepared properly by curators. So we have a text, there is a concept of exhibitions, so it is something. There is now a question, is it a way how to look on the past of the production of the moving image, for example, here in the Czech Republic, through the concept of exhibitions or kind of this collection? Or is it more important to follow just separate artworks, artists? So this is just an open question, and maybe we can talk more about after our presentation. And sometimes, I give you a word, sometimes we are trying to answer this question for us, and we are organizing workshops or some roundtable talks. Maybe you can tell us something about this.
Yeah, in the long term, we are really interested in the questions, or we are trying to initiate the discussions about presentation, archiving, distribution, or curating the moving image. As I said, we don't see it as our role to create some professional, archive or distribution, but we think it's really important, and also because we are doing this this competition for such a long time, so then the questions are raising also for us, because if we lose all the videos, and I mean, it's quite usual that artists are writing me, from Other Visions collection 2010, hey, do you have my video? I want to show it somewhere. So yeah, it's quite funny, but I mean, they are also in danger in our hands, right? But one of our main events that we started connected to these problematics, as I mentioned, is PAF Prague, Moving Image Curatorial Principles, that we tried to initiate, and where we also talk a bit more about the competition and announce the finalist 10 works. And yeah.
And it's important to tell that in the Czech Republic it's quite important to have competitions, because they are not here anymore, or artists are trying to not to participate on competitions. So our role is to have still like a competition, and so one of the interpretation of or one of the outputs we decided to have out of our archive is finally a PAF reader. We can show it to you, or we can give it to you. We have a few of these here, and you can just give it, and it starts as a brick. And so we decided not to work like anymore on like a technological level, to take care about the moving images. But we decided still to prepare publications and readers dedicated to the art of the moving image in the context of the Czech scene and international scene, and maybe.
Yeah, I think you said everything really nice, and no one wants our archive, it seems. But you can also find in these readers also like curatorial texts and synopsis from last 2 years, and it was quite challenging for the curators to curate the outputs, of the competition, because as you all know, the pandemic was here and we couldn't have the physical presence of the festival. So they needed to curate an exhibition online, and also we were streaming or VOD. We made a video VOD of the selection, but it's really nice to have everyone here now. So if you are interested, we are happy to invite you for the PAF Spring Festival that is happening for the first time, because we wanted to celebrate our 20th anniversary like in December, but it didn't happen, at least virtually, but we decided to have a little celebration in the spring. So it starts tomorrow, and it starts with one of the discussion of this event. So thanks a lot for inviting us, and we would be happy to see you at PAF.
So are there any comments, questions to PAF? So I have one question. So the problems often for museums to deal with video archives is that there are too many strings attached, especially unsolved rights issues. So I wonder, do you, in terms of this archive of 150 works, do you have licenses for these works, or do you even own them? Do you have these nabývací smlouvy?
Yeah, it's the right question, and we were waiting for this. Yeah, we have some of these licenses, but then we really like we have a contract with some artists, but like archive is not just the archive of the moving images. It's the archive of the concept of exhibitions. It means like sketches, texts by curators, documentation, and this is something what I think is like what creates the framework of interpretation for these works. And my question is like if it is like better to follow some exhibition or similar concepts like other visions, or it can be some exhibition here in the museum, and then to start or to collect works from this exhibition and to work with the context, or to start from the beginning and tell, or what are we going to buy on the first place and what are we going to buy on the second place. So this is because I think that it's very important to follow up the event-based context instead of just concentrating of artworks. And yeah, yeah, like if you want, like we have some contracts for some artists, like 2 more minutes for, if you decide.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any comments from NFA? On the mic.
Hi, Matěj Strnad, Národní filmový archiv Prague. Yeah, you'll hear us talk tomorrow maybe about how our current video preservation, video archiving project started, and it wasn't very far from what Martin is presenting, only that was a different collection that was sort of up for, I don't want to say grabs, because it's, you know, we can talk a bit about what comes with accepting such a great offer, how much responsibility and work and need for funding and personnel is associated with it. But on the other hand, we've been there, we've gone through it almost now like successfully, I'd say, with the other collection. I mean, there's still a lot of work, but we somehow know how to tackle it, and that's what our project is about. So if there was anyone now interested in what Martin and Nella are offering, we are very happy to advise you on how to, you know, check those licenses and how to check those versions and how to contact the artists, etc. So that's actually, I'd be very happy to sort of offer our experience and, if I may say so, also expertise in helping you guys also take some of the responsibility for Czech or Czechoslovak moving image history. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Matěj.
So it's a great offer. Like we offer archive, and Matěj and NFA, they offer advice to you. So it's,
yeah, we're really getting close to a deal, and I wonder if Museum of Art Olomouc would be able to. I mean, can you imagine acquiring?
And what's good, like it's just like a 2 minutes walk from our office to museum.
A single channel video.
I don't know. I mean, it's very tempting, of course.
Well, okay, seems like
yeah,
it will take
they are more interested in sound, right?
Okay, but yeah, so we have maybe one last question, and then we will move on to the last presentation.
So I was really interested in the idea of turning the archive into some exhibition. So I was wondering if you have already considered the formats of such project, or what would be the other way of processing it, and if it would be like an on-site exhibition or online or a publication or all, yeah, if you thought about it already.
I think we already started with these readers when we are trying to put the context again together, and maybe I'm not so much interested about like to twist the archive into the exhibition, but more like when you work on some archive and you are covering, I don't know, period of last 30 years or 20 years, to start like with a study of events that happened in the era or geographically or and based on these like studies, based on these events, start the archive. This is I think like we are writing now the history of visual art based on a history of exhibitions, and this is something I think what should be a part of archiving process too. So for institutions like a museum here or galleries, it's very good to work like with their own history of exhibitions or events, or their commissions instead of trying to find like a new ways of what to follow up or what to cover. I don't know, this is, but is it answer or not? Yeah. But you were asking about the exhibition, like an archive or like a, what form? What form of exhibition?
Yeah, we are also like preparing a great book for like 5 years now. So let's see if it happens.
Yeah, the archive will be exhibition. No, the book will be exhibition and the archive. Yeah.
Okay, there is still a lot to discuss. We'll figure it out. So thank you a lot for your presentation. And then I would like to invite Lucia Gregorova-Stach and Maria Bohumelova to close the morning session. Unfortunately, you will be under quite strong peer pressure. You're waiting for lunch, but you still have your 15 minutes and then discussion.
Else, right?
Já to iba nastavím něco.
Okay. Kdyby si mohl zkoušet toto.
Ty tam volno? Toto už není, to je iba myš. Tak vypovím, čo je toto. Asi nie, že? To je zvuk.
Není tam?
To není, ne, to není. Ne. No niečo z tohto sa musí vypojiť. Však toto sú, ne?
Ja. Yeah, but also if you're starving, please go ahead and we'll follow. So we have Lucia Gregorova-Stach, who is Chief Curator and Curator of Modern and Contemporary Art Collection at Slovak National Gallery, and Maria Bohumelova, who is Head of Research and Development Department at the Slovak National Gallery. And they are the fifth founding partner of New Media Museums project. Last, was it still summer or was it autumn, September? We did a closed workshop at this beautiful library on the first floor, second floor of the gallery, with a lot of attendees also from other Slovak galleries and museums. It was quite productive. And in the meantime, they will tell you all about it, but in the meantime, they've been developing new workflows and processes for documenting installations, which many of them are in their collection.
Thank you, Dušan. So not to keep you too long, I will start without the presentation. Hopefully we will find it in the process. Here, today we prepared a presentation about our last acquisitions that we acquired in the autumn 2021, and from the beginning we have set this task for the museum to acquire installations and objects of the so-called other media or different media. That's what it is called in the Slovak National Gallery, Intermedia. It's a historical title from 1992, when the curators were deciding how do we call things that we have no category for. So we started to rebuild our other media collections, and of course it takes to rework the whole evidence. And actually, if you remember the autumn session, we started to review each artwork from the point of view of its iterations in the space, possibility of having documentation as much as can be still found, to have interview with the artist, and etc. So, yeah. And as also one political thing, that for 2 years we haven't got sent from the Slovak Ministry of Culture for new acquisitions. We are able to find a private company, a bank company, that is willing to support acquisitions, but of course it takes some PR from our side, and we have to somehow think about the right way how to balance the will of this private company to be seen as an art sponsor and still get things that we really want and present them the way that is somehow relevant for us. So last year it was for the first time when we acquired Roman Ondak's time capsule, and last year, 2 years ago, and last year we acquired 5 collections by artists in their mid-careers. One of them, though, is not alive anymore, but we thought that it would be really, really interesting for us to acquire objects, installations, and media artworks that are missing from this generation that started in the 1990s. So the 5 artists we have chosen kind of covered a lot of also medias and categories that we are now eagerly putting into our new evidence. I have I would like to reflect on Petr Válek, what he said today, that he's not willing his artwork to die in the museum. Yes, we are here for the institution where the artworks actually go to die, but I must tell all the artists that it's even the dead art that has to be kept and has to be cared for, and we are willing to care also for these tiny little beloved dead things. So, and about the categorizing, I have just found this really old piece of dialogue between Alan Caprow and Robert Smithson, where they actually reflect on the categorizing, and our old museums are full of fragments, bits and pieces. They were ripped out of total artistic structures, given a whole new classification, then being categorized, my mistake. The categorizing of art into painting, architecture, and sculpture seems to be one of the most unfortunate things that took place. Now all these categories are splintering into more and more categories, and it's like an interminable avalanche of categories, etc., etc. And yeah, look what Alan Caprow said. Yeah, but on one side, you can see it moving away from the uselessness toward usefulness. So I would like to see our mission this way, that we maybe somehow trying to give the splintering into more and more categories some kind of reason. So can you please go further? So we have chosen a topic for this presentation of the acquisitions that formed an exhibition referring into the live art becoming part of the art collection in the museum. So it's called "You Can't Buy a Butterfly," referring to more artworks that had a motive of a butterfly. For example, this is from the short life artwork by Milan Titel, and so I think I've talked about this. We can go further. Yeah, we're bilingual. It's only to illustrate. So one of the artists is Marko Blažo. This is how it actually looks in the exhibition halls. So you can see different media that differ from lithographs to paintings to paper objects to photographs, and also mixtures of all these things. An extraordinary artist, Marko Blažo. We are really happy that we acquired quite a great collection from his family. Yeah, I think we can just so that you can see. Yeah, Denisa Lehocká. We acquired this actually two artworks. One that's on. The stone and the paper, it's not really very visible, but it's perforated paper. It's one hole with the stone. It's of course untitled, as always with Denisa Lehocká, and we also got a gift from the artist, this organic textile sculpture. Yes, Milan Titel. Yes, he's very interesting for us from the point of view of the evidence. For example, this is from the series that he took during the quarantine times and the pandemic. And these photographs were taken on his walks around the place where he lives. And he actually never presented them as photographs. They were social media art project, and so it's now quite a new, also a new kind of an artwork that we're acquiring for the collection of the Slovak National Gallery that actually is conceptually not based in what it looks like. So this is how it is presented in the Slovak National Gallery. Another work by Milan Titel is called The Bottom, referring to the sea bottom. But they are silicone casts of mushrooms. And the short life, the butterfly object. This is not a photo from the exhibition, but it's the photo from the artist's studio. And the butterflies are in their box. I hate butterflies, although, but I'm so scared of them. But it also originated as a social media project. He started to put butterflies onto some monumental sculptures in the city or surfaces of some significant or even marginal spots, sometimes one, sometimes a bunch of them. And he was spreading it through the social media, so it wasn't really clear that it is an art project from the beginning, and it was really nice that even my colleague Aurel Hrabušický told me that have you seen these photos that Milan Titel puts on Facebook? I have never seen so many butterflies on one place. So we didn't really know that they are artificial butterflies, but it is a very significant artwork for also for the time of the pandemic, but for the character of contemporary thinking of art, not based in the object, but and being something as light, as cheap, that you cannot even buy it, that it is just a thought that we bought it, we bought the butterfly, so yeah. And I am really happy that we bought a work that's called An Opening, a critical work about the museum, because all his works are in a way critical to the art world and to the structure of exhibiting and things like that. So this is the model of the Slovak National Gallery from the year 2000, and yeah, go to the next slide. And there's a video to it where there's a very, very joyful music, and all kinds of people are enjoying an opening in the Slovak National Gallery. So this early institutional critique of the Slovak National Galleries is now in our possession. Marek Kvetan. So we have acquired this work from Marek Kvetan. It's actually a 3-channel light and sound program within these chests. It's a triptych that's based on the original old chests that Marek is collecting, and I think Maria will speak about this work, so we can go further to the last one. And it's Erik Binder, so based on the exhibition that we've been doing together and that some of you might have seen, we acquired, this is from the exhibition, from the room Pneumatrix, and we have acquired some of the works that were presented there. So these video installation, Pneumatrix itself, with the sound and music actually, and the objects. And there's another butterfly from the series Transformery that is composed out of car lights put together, but they are old cars that have some kilometers in their wings already, so that's important for the artist. So we acquired all these objects within this acquisition, and I think I will pass the word to Maria, because she's got something to say about the evidence now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia. Yes, so we were very happy about the financial donation from the bank. So we were able to acquire these contemporary artworks. And thanks to the project, New Media project, thank you very much for more work. And also thanks to the fact that we, after 10 years, maybe will finish our reconstruction of our main seat of Slovak National Gallery in Bratislava. We finally might move all of our artworks to new depository building. So we decided to take it as a kickoff to the new evidence of our collection of other media. And this acquisition was like that thing that would start the whole process. So you can see the old, well, not old, still actual collection management page. As you can see, it's quite empty. You can't really see what's written there, but it's basically very strict description of Marek Kvetan artwork with the title Echo. That was the triptych of 3 wooden chests. So basically you can see the author's name, you can see the title, you can see the date, and you can see the mixed media as a technique, and that's basically it. So thanks to this project and a few presentations in Bratislava that were very inspirational for us, we started to the new complex description and evidence of this artwork. So right now we are using our internal platform, which is online. And as you can see, I'm sorry, it's all in Slovak, but basically there is a curatorial description, and we based the new evidence on 3 pillars. Where is the presentation now? Chrome? Okay. Nie. This one? No Zoom? I need to go back to my presentation. This? Here you go. The 3 pillars. First one, the artist's intention. We decided, since 4 or 5 artists are still alive, we decided to take it as an advantage and record the interview with them. Actually, the highest challenge was to find a competent person who can make the interview and ask the right questions. So Lucia, as a chief curator, was the winner, and she she made all the interviews. So far, we have interview with Marek Kvetan and Erik Binder, and Milan Titel is still waiting for the interview. I can show you a little fragment from the video. It's very important for us because, oh my gosh, where is it now? You're killing me, Dušan, with this. It's very interesting. I need to go back to the USB key. I know you're hungry, I'm sorry.
But, for some reason, this Acrobat Reader crashes.
Misha told me to make it in Acrobat Reader.
But where is it?
Neviem, kde je ten USB kľúč.
Okay. Yeah, that's really...
Musíš niekde na tento počítač, alebo kde? Nie, teraz niekde v Lení.
Ale tam
bolo nejaké video, počkaj, nie, to nebolo, ale ono pekne. No, nevidíš tam ten kľúč, že?
A čo tam treba ukázať?
Video. A je na tom USB kľúči.
Tak ja môžem o tom videu porozprávať.
Nie, to nie. Teraz, keď to vybereš, tak ani prezentácia už nepôjde.
Poviem to po anglicky. But what is important is that these are very short interviews about the actual artwork, so they are not like extensive video interviews about the whole artist's work.
Yes, and we started the whole process with the internal briefings where several departments met, and actually to describe those critical questions, that was the first task. And we also thought about the process, like we have to ask the questions which we can use also in our contract, like in copyright agreement or maybe in a purchase contract. So Lucia was asking questions like, okay, what is really important for you and very strict and we cannot change in the future? So you quit? Okay.
So basically, the information is that we're asking, what are we to do if one of the chairs is broken, or I don't know, how can we transfer the software into some new system when, like in 100 years, we would like to exhibit the piece and things like that. And although there was a discussion about this particular piece with our colleagues who told us that we understand that we have to record an interview with Erik Binder because it's clearly a mess and it's good to ask the questions about the pieces. But what will you ask Marek Kvetan about these three things that have the 3-channel looped light sound program in them, and like it seemed that there is nothing to gain from this kind of interview, and I think they were surprised how much information we actually even I was surprised that he told us that he's collecting the chests. What is his relationship to this kind of project? How he refers to the folklore? Why is it important for him to have it to have the lights in these 3 colors, colors of our national flag and things like that? So that actually the nice, very aesthetic and very loved installation is a critical one, and not just an aesthetic. So that was the interview. Did you like it? No, I think it's...
No.
Yes.
We can also sort it out during the lunch break and then play it as part of the roundtable.
Absolutely, I think so.
Yeah, and reviewing back the video, we decided to, yes, we decided to pick few important things. Let's go to some interesting part.
Nerobíme z toho vianočný stromček. Tá truhlica sa priznáva, že je taká, aká je, ale asi ako do toho ako občas blikne. Takže normálne za bežných svetelných týchto možno dosvietiť, keď treba ako keby galeríne, ale žiadna tma.
Yeah, that was one of the most important information. The artist said that he doesn't wish to be installed in the dark. So this information was one of the information that we actually put in the copyright agreement, that even in the future this will be written on the paper that the artist is not willing, he doesn't want it to be installed in the complete dark. Also, the other information we picked was that it must be always a triptych, even if one of the chests is not working properly. He wants us to install it always as a triptych. Okay, let's go back. Yes? Okay. I need to go back to the presentation, which might be another challenge. Okay, there you go. So that was one of the pillars. The other pillar was a technical writer, which we started asking Marek, okay, Marek, could you please send us a technical writer? Immediately after 5 minutes, I had a call. What do you mean by technical writer? I said, well, we need to have some kind of manual how the artwork works. well, it's very easy, you just plug in and that's it. And I said, no, Marek, we need something more specific. So finally, our technician set up a meeting with him and his programmer, and they written down, I'll show you, it's, oh, there you go. Tuto je. Je tu. And they come up, see, this is the inside of the chest. And from one sentence, you just plug in, we finally got more specific manual. But you have to push the artist to get this. And you need really patient staff who goes through all these details with the artists. Yes, so this is the technical writer, and the third pillar is, of course, the installation manual, where we are trying to capture all the requirements. Like in this case, Marek said that it's better if it's a larger room, and you know, some conditions of the facility. So that's the installation manual. Now let's go back to, do you have a presentation? Okay, no. There you go. So these were the three pillars. And the challenge is, oh yes, time, it's very time consuming, even though the collection of other media in Slovak National Gallery is not, it's one of the smallest one. It's in hundreds, not in thousands. It's the most time consuming, so we know we have a lot of work ahead. And the people are crucial, because as you have it also in your project, that it's the teamwork. You need the curator, you need the restoring department, collection management department, installation department, digitizing departments. All these people are cooperating on this evidence. And yeah, and you end up with endless questions about each artwork. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So you got your 15 minutes, which were 30, like everyone else. So I give floor to one question. Otherwise, yes, so we learned that really time-based media art is called time-based because it's time-consuming. So with this... So yeah, we're looking forward to discuss more in this final roundtable today. So thank you so much. Streamujeme. So welcome back to the afternoon part of today. We have in front of us there is an invited lecture, one panel discussion, and hopefully we'll save some time for roundtable. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's my pleasure to welcome Aga Vielocha, who is a researcher and collection care professional, specializing in contemporary art. And from next month, she's a postdoctoral fellow in the SNSF-funded research project called Activating Fluxes, situated in the Institute Materiality in Art and Culture at the Bern Academy of the Arts. She completed graduate level training in conservation and restoration of works of art from the Fine Art Academy in Warsaw, and she holds a PhD from University of Amsterdam, where she was part of the research program New Approaches in the Conservation of Contemporary Art. Her doctoral research, situated at the crossroads of art history and theory, conservation, museology, and heritage studies, investigated the lives and futures of contemporary art in institutional collections, with the focus on works that are variable and unfold over time. Between 2019 and 2022, she was working as a conservator at the Hong Kong M+ Museum, where she was designing documentation strategies to support efficient care of growing collections of visual art, design, architecture, and moving image. Prior to her doctoral studies, she served as a conservator at the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw. Her general research interests lie in mechanisms and processes of institutional collecting and preserving, with the focus on processual contemporary art formats, such as art projects, participatory art and performance, and she's regularly lecturing, presenting, and writing on this topic. Do you work out with this mute on the Zoom?
Yes, I shared the screen already.
So the floor is yours, Aga.
The Zoom people, can you see my presentation? The Zoom people doesn't, I hope they do. I'm muted. All right. So I have to unmute myself. Sorry. Unmute. I have to I don't need to unmute? Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you so much for having me here today, and good afternoon to everyone. So as Dušan said, I'm a conservator. My background is conservation, but I'm actually now more doing research into conservation and collection care. And what I'm going to present today is the work that I was doing for the last 2.5 years in a very kind of distant geographic location, which is on the other side of the planet in Hong Kong. But I believe that some ideas that we have been using there can be also inspirational for organizations here around the region. All right, so let's start. So new cultural institutions and organizations often shape their collection care policies and practices, taking as a starting point the experiences of their established counterparts and what is internationally understood as best practices or standards. However, because of the specific geographical and cultural context, structure, scope of the collection, and institutional culture, adapting approaches established elsewhere is often a challenge. And this is especially true for strategies relating to the care of new art forms, such as complex new media artworks, which by their nature challenge traditional collection-related conventions and frameworks. Moreover, as for today, there are no ready-to-use formulas for care and preservation of new media artworks, and we are still in experimentation phase, trying to figure out what are the achievable and sustainable best practices, standards, and approaches. For example, we do already know that in order to preserve media art, we need to work close with artists and document this collaboration, but the degree of artist involvement and documentation tools and strategies vary from institution to institution. The professional field of contemporary art conservation, as well as more narrowly defined time-based media conservation, are still in their formative phase, and because of the ever-changing nature of technology-based art and constantly emerging new art forms, practices and standards of their care continue to evolve. Today I will speak about how the challenge of setting up strategies for the care of complex media art has been approached by M+ Museum in Hong Kong. And although the institution itself is geographically and culturally distant to what we are discussing here today, I will focus on the experience of and strategies for adapting approaches and strategies from the field of time-based media art conservation to the setting of a specific organization. And I believe that this work that we have done at M+ for the last 2.5 years is scalable and can be inspiring for other initiatives and organizations. But first, let me briefly introduce the museum and the collection. So, based in Hong Kong, M+ is a new museum dedicated to collecting, exhibiting, and interpreting visual art, architecture and design, as well as broadly defined visual culture of the 20th and 21st centuries. Established as an institution in the late 2000s, it opened the doors of the new building to the public in November 2021, with 7 exhibitions featuring mostly items from the collections. As you can see, the facilities are quite impressive. The museum occupies 2 buildings designed by Swiss architecture firm Herzog & de Meuron. And on this slide, I don't know if you can see, this is the main building, and this is what is called the podium, and that's where the galleries are. And this part, which is the tower, is where the offices are, and also the archives and library and the research center. And this kind of bunker-like building behind it is called collection and storage, conservation and storage facility. So this is where the storages are and also conservation labs. And I guess that from the perspective of Olomouc and Central Europe in general, the scale of these facilities is quite intimidating. But from my experience, for cultural organizations and institutions such as museums, the physical infrastructure, or what I call the hardware, is as important as the software, the collection, the people, and what in economy and social sciences is called integrated systems of rules that structure social interactions, which is one of the definitions of an institution itself. And it is important to acknowledge that the design, construction, and maintenance of those institutional systems can be way more challenging than the design, construction, and maintenance of the concrete buildings. Building institutional software in Hong Kong was especially challenging as there is no education for museum professionals and no available training in conservation, and not only conservation of contemporary or time-based media art, but no conservation training as such. In consequence, there is a significant amount of foreigners working both in curatorial and collections and exhibitions departments, coming from all around the world and bringing with them different perspectives and different, what I call, museum cultures. So M+ has 4 permanent collections that are rooted in Asia, but defined, developed, and examined. What? Huh? Okay. So 4 collections that are developed and examined from a global perspective. So M+ collection brings together visual art, design, and architecture, and moving image from Hong Kong, mainland China, Asia, and other geographical locations. Another collection is M+ Zik, a collection that features mainly contemporary art from China. And it was a huge donation from Uli Zik, a Swiss diplomat that was collecting contemporary art from China since 90s. M+ Library Special Collection gathers printed material understood as a creative medium and a contemporary art practice, and M+ Collection Archives holds primary document of creative processes of artists and makers. M+ Collections holds a significant amount of time-based media, time-based items, mostly artworks, but also design objects and archival material. The majority are single-channel videos, around 1,000, and installation art with time-based media components, both historical, such as a collection of works by Namjoon Paik from the 60s, and contemporary, created with the use of complex emerging digital technologies, such as Chaofei RMBCD. The museum is also commissioning technology-based works from both emerging and established artists that often, after the initial display, enter museum collection. And so media art is basically displayed and made accessible to the public in many different locations. And I will just kind of show you briefly some kind of pics from the galleries from the last year, from the opening of the museum. So this is installation by Yang Hei-Chang Heavy Industries in a beautiful focus gallery. This is Nanini Malani's Remembering Mad Mag in like a huge black box gallery in the basement of the building. And Plus has also a media tag, which is kind of interesting play-on-demand facility that you have those booths and you kind of can see many, like almost entire single-channel video collection there. And this is the interactive media room. So actually there is a space to display and see and kind of leave for example, VR works. It's very small, but kind of working. And there is also M+ facade. So as you can see, it's like actually the facade of the building is like a huge screen that is used for commissioning artworks. And here on this photo, you can see an interactive artwork called Touch for Luck by Netherlands-based Studio Moniker. There is also like 3 cinemas and the Grand Stair that it's just those are the venues for the moving image. And there is also a library and research center where I don't have photos because it's not opened yet, but it has also like booths for actually experiencing and researching single-channel videos from the collection. And there is also a website which features digital commissions. Every some months, and now actually a little bit more often than that, M+ is just commissioning net artworks that are featured on the website. But yeah, let's zoom out and go back to the general framework of collecting and preserving media art today. As we are all aware, autonomous objects that communicate and mean the same from one context to the next are becoming increasingly rare in the current artistic practice. The identity of a contemporary artwork can be distributed between physical objects and processes, concepts, and contexts. Artists are no longer bound by the limits of material or immaterial classifications and might use any technological, digital, bodily, or other means of expressions that might be as important for the artwork's significance as physical objects. Consequently, although artwork's physical component is included in the institutional collection as well and well protected against potential deterioration, it can lose its value because it does not support anymore artwork's intended communication, functionality, or use due to, for example, technical obsolescence or decontextualization. Conservation, as traditionally understood, relates to notions of deterioration, damage, and loss. And there is an implicit understanding that the irreversible change of the state of an object is not good. Nevertheless, since the 1990s, conservation became increasingly seen as a process of managing change rather than stopping or reversing it. And this means understanding the object in contexts and being able to discuss value, significance, and meaning with stakeholders before deciding on treatment or preventive measures. And this approach became a cornerstone of the development of the field of contemporary art conservation, especially that many contemporary art forms allow for greater parameters of change than traditional artworks. Change is often an integral part of the artistic concept, and therefore it is important to establish practices that allow for identifying, documenting, and managing this change. Taking those observations as a point of departure, for the last years, the approach to address risk to the long-term preservation of contemporary art forms at M+, was to actually put documentation in the forefront of all the preventive actions, and to take initiative for development of policies, procedures, and workflows to mitigate risk of disassociation in various stages of museum lives of collection items across collection categories, media, formats, and materials. But what are the actual challenges for care and preservation of complex media art for institutions and organizations? And I have to say that I listed it kind of thinking about the specificity of the M+ collection, but actually it can be applied to most of the kind of museums around the world. So first is acquisition and registration systems, including the collection management system, are built for traditional museum artifacts and do not embrace the specific needs of media art. For example, if we are thinking about, for many years at M+, the registration system was set up only to kind of catch the description of the carrier, but not of the content of the carrier. So if the artist was, if the artwork was actually a digital file on the hard drive was registered in the system, but not the artwork itself. The second one is lack of systems, procedures, and workflows for systematic documentation of complex art forms. Lack of space for collaboration between departments, because it's not a lack of collaboration per se, is in huge institutions like M+, collaboration requires kind of, requires a space or a platform. And it has to be set up for all those involved in the institutional life of an artwork. So curatorial, registration, conservation, exhibition teams, etc. And the last one is lack of expertise related to collecting, caring for, and preserving complex technology-based artworks. What was this challenge specific to M+ circumstances was the very fast pace of acquisitions carried out by the museum in the making. So M+ was settled in the early 2000s and opened in 2021, meaning that in kind of 10 years or even less, because the first actually inventory numbers are dating back to 2012, the collection has been built, the entire collection has been built, so everything has been kind of bought in 10 years, meaning that there was no time for gathering documentation required for kind of for preservation up to the kind of standards. Documenting time-based artworks required focus, time, and resources, and new museums usually lack all of that. In consequence, many artworks entered the collection without much documentation, and especially because a lot of them has been acquired from the secondary sources, like collectors and galleries. Also, due to the character of the institution, the stage of its development, of the political situation in Hong Kong, the employee turnover is quite significant, which does not help with establishing long-term strategies. So, and this is, I think that, as I spoke today with Gina, it's kind of like and also with other people, that it's kind of a problem that how to establish something long-term if people are coming and going from the institution, right? Especially in the very early phase of the development of the institution. So since the beginning, the time-based media collection at M+ has been overseen by 6 different conservators. And during the last 2 years, it was 2 of us. First, it was me, covering temporarily and only part-time the vacant position. And later on, I was joined by a permanent, full-time current digital and media art conservator that you can see in this photo. But it's important to say that none of the 2 of us has a background in time-based media conservation per se. David, the guy that you can see on the slide, has background in the film archiving and a long experience as a digital collection manager in institutions such as Asia Art Archive. and I'm trained as conservator of modern and contemporary art, and my position at M+ was that of conservator preventive. It is important to note that M+ follows the extended definition of preventive conservation adjusted to the needs of contemporary art, design, and visual culture that focuses, among others, on gathering and management of information related to collection objects. So actually, my position was partially set up for kind of setting up these documentation practices. So in line with this definition, I was supporting David with developing documentation of time-based media art, as well as related procedures and workflows, both within the conservation team and in collaboration with other teams and departments. So as for the strategies for collecting and preserving media art at M+ Hong Kong, so first of all, we were building technical infrastructure for the care of time-based media components of works from the collection. And by the technical infrastructure, I mean storage and the media lab, mostly. We were investing time and resources in learning and in building awareness of the specific needs of complex technology-based art forms, both internally, mostly internally within the institution. We were promoting collaboration and building networks, both internally within the institution and as well as externally with artists, other institutions, researchers, scholars, and technical experts, and developing and implementing interdepartmental documentation tools, strategies, and workflows. And I will speak a little bit more in depth in some of those about some of those initiatives. What now I'm not going to talk about in details is the technical infrastructure, because this is not my expertise, but also because the scale and shape of this technical infrastructure relies heavily on the financial capacity of an organization. So it's kind of hardly scalable. My colleague David built a great media lab from scratch, patiently collecting obsolete equipment from Hong Kong antiquity markets and hunting down things on eBay. But it is important to say that before we had the actual lab, all technical preservation work was done on 2 computers in a temporary open space office, and it was actually also possible. As for the digital storage, currently the collection is kept on the corporate servers and backed up regularly. However, for now there is no workflow for regular fixity checks in place. And as in many other institutions, the collaboration with the IT department, which is key for complementing the task of setting up the storage, is still a challenge. And the desired system is too complex to be run by an individual. So there is a strategy in place, and hopefully in following years, M+ will manage to build safe, future-proof, state-of-the-art infrastructure for storing their digital assets. Right. So it has been long acknowledged in the field of contemporary art conservation that the perpetuation and care of media art is not relying only on conservators. And Anna Schäffler today was talking about it in the morning as well. It has to be a collaborative effort that needs to be supported by all the stakeholders involved in the institutional life of an artwork, from acquisition through broadly understood documentation to dissemination, including display. Following example of other institutions such as San Francisco MoMA, the Hirschhorn, and LACMA, M+ established a time-based media committee, a working group that held regular meetings of representatives of various museum departments to discuss challenges related to care and use of time-based items from the collection. Time-based Media Committee was inaugurated in 2017, and it gathers representatives from all involved teams, such as installations and display, that includes, for example, AV technicians, database team responsible for the development of the collection management system, digital team responsible for the API, the website, and digital commissions, registration, curatorial moving image, curatorial collections, curatorial design and architecture, rights and reproduction, conservation, and IT. And of course, it is important to say that this is not easy to actually set up such a body. It took a lot of effort, time, and diplomacy from my former colleagues to convince the management about the benefits of such a platform. So in 2017, Conservation organized an internal seminar where professionals from other institutions presented their approach to care of time-based media art. Also, some of M+ employees from different departments, such as conservation, registration, and curatorial, attended a week-long workshop dedicated to time-based media preservation organized by Art Gallery New South Wales in Australia. So while the initial objective of the committee was the successful delivery of the M+ opening displays, after the opening itself, the scope has changed to discussing new acquisitions and commissions, developing infrastructure for dissemination and care, and shaping research projects around collecting and caring from time-based media items from the collection. So the committee was actually key for developing all the projects, tools, and workflows that I'm going to discuss next. Besides the Time-based Media Committee, another, let's call it a thing, that inspired and facilitated collaboration and helped with learning about specific needs of media art was the case of a very unusual object from the collection. So in 2016, M+ acquired the entire body of work, past and future, of internet art collective Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industries. So Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industry is a Seoul-based duo which activities can be traced back to 1997, and they are known to be the pioneers of what was called back then net art. Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industries is known from their text-based flash animations made using Monaco font and synchronized with jazz of bossa nova style music. Short videos offer multi-layered, playful, sometimes ironic narratives about life, relationships, and power that are often undercut with timely social and political commentaries. And their work is accessible online on their website, yangheichang.com, and so I'm kind of inviting you all to have a look because it's really awesome. They are showing also their work offline in exhibition spaces such as galleries and museums. And their work has been collected by many large institutions such as Tate in London. So about the acquisition. So this past and future works were accessioned by M+ under the one title, Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industries, The Complete Works, or yangheichang.com/AP2, where AP2 stands for Artist Proof 2 of 2. And Proof 1 of 2 remains with the artists and under their control. So this is actually their website. In this slide, you can see the half of the certificate of authenticity that museum holds. The other half stays with the artists. The collectible consists of web-based animations, most of them created initially in now officially obsolete Adobe Flash format. And those animations are accompanied by drafts, unrealized and unpublished projects, versioned in 26 different languages, videos from installations, and documentation of public performance lectures. New works that has been produced after the submission of the first batch. So first they submitted to M+ a batch of kind of like past artworks, but those new works that they were creating after this date, they are submitting to the museum every 6 months. And they will be submitting them for as long as artists make new work together and present their project internationally. At the beginning of this year, the collection consisted of more than 600 digital items, multiple carriers such as hard drives and artist-made packaging, and some printed matter as well. After each update arrives, M+ staff hold a meeting with the artists in which they discuss the content of the drives, struggles with cataloging and exhibiting their work, speak about their plans and current projects. And these conversations are recorded, transcribed, and edited by all parties. There is a task force responsible for Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industries' body of work, which consists of a curator, conservator, and registrar, and working with this small team facilitate maintaining certain documentation standards. Besides the growing body of work of Yang Hei Chang Heavy Industries, M+ team is building also an institutional archive related to their work. So it's keeping all the correspondence, exhibition drawing, proposal, etc. This task force became a platform for experimenting with sustainable documentation tools and approaches, digital preservation tools, with establishing effective cataloging workflows on how to maintain a healthy long-term relationship with the artists, which is not an easy task sometimes, on how to make their work accessible to the public, and last but not least, on how to set up an interdepartmental collaboration focused on care and preservation. And this unusual exhibition is also an interesting exercise that shows clearly how those two apparently separated activities, which is collecting and preserving, are depending on each other, and on how important it is to invest not only in securing the artworks as such, but also to secure relationship with their makers. So I'm going to kind of briefly introduce you to some of the projects that we were running last 2 years. And we knew that we need to establish procedures related to acquisition, cataloging, and documentation of items with time-based media components. And it has to be tailor-made to the specificity of M+. So basically the projects were set up to kind of do it by learning. So we decided to apply this learning by doing approach and to set up those projects that address this display and preservation of some of the complex work from the collection. And first of them, it was actually a software-based work, which was planned to be exhibited in one of the M+ opening exhibitions. So this case study is Ian Chang's Bag of Beliefs, in short Bob, acquired by M+ in 2020, a complex interactive software-based artwork. It presents an artificial intelligence life form, Bob, whose behavior is shaped by exposure to new experiences. So the public can influence Bob's behavior via a smartphone app, sending it offerings like rocks, mushrooms, starfish, and lucky stones. And technically, the works relies on multiple components and apps running both locally and on external servers. And this arrangement proved very challenging for display, maintenance, and for long-term preservation. So meeting those challenges relied on throughout research and analysis, something that is difficult to carry on a tight deadline at a young museum with unsolidified structures and limited experience, and especially in the museum which is about to open. So, and moreover, care and preservation of software-based art was new to both of us, me and David, as well as to the entire institution. So what we have decided to do is, in late 2020, right after the artwork was accessioned to M+ collection, we developed the proposal to address this knowledge gap and to gain a different, broader perspective and locate M+ practices within the developing international standards of the field of time-based media conservation. We decided to invite to our team an external consultant. And this consultant was Tom Emsom, and time-based media conservator specialized in documentation of complex software-based artworks and experience in collaboration with other major institutions such as Tate in London. So the phase one of the project was guided by the following research questions. So how to adjust existing M+ procedures and infrastructure to secure preservation of complex software-based art within the state-of-the-art preservation standard. As I mentioned before, we tackled it through collaborative research learning by doing approach, using Bob as a case study. And we did it by researching and analyzing the artwork and preparing it for display at the same time. So what we actually did is to gather, produce, and analyze documentation related to Bob. So including we put together all available documentation, and we interviewed the artist. We mapped the anatomy of the work. We identified and analyzed all the components and relationships between them. We performed a risk assessment for the long-term preservation. We drafted a preservation roadmap for Bob and drafted general guidelines for institutional care of software-based art. And this is the last point of this list is the most important one. So this is more or less the suggestions that Tom kind of drew up for us. And this is the timeline for long-term preservation strategy for Bob. What was really great about this analysis that we have learned is that it indicates the time frame of necessary actions that is extremely useful for prioritization. What became obvious during this analysis is that is the need to find a way to establish a collaboration with the artist, and this became a priority for the second phase of the project. So besides discoveries related to the actual artwork, we draw also some more general conclusions and identify aspects of existing institutional strategies and infrastructures that should be redesigned or improved to allow for sustainable care of digital technology-dependent items from the collections, such as Bob. The case study research allow for so this is like a very basic list, and so we have acknowledged kind of institutionally that the care of the complex software-based collection items is a shared responsibility and a teamwork. And it sounds very kind of straightforward, but it was very important to kind of acknowledge this thing within the institution. We also kind of acknowledge that acquisition is a decisive moment in the object's biography. That the close collaboration between acquiring curator and conservation team during pre-acquisition phase is key and should lead to the overall understanding of what M+ acquires and what steps needs to be taken around the acquisition time to secure the displayability of the work within the preservation target. So we also introduced this idea of preservation target, so actually how long we expect this work to be working. We are not assuming that we are preserving this work for posteriority or future generation. We just kind of assume that maybe we are preserving it for 20 years. So within this understanding of what M+ acquires, this is kind of what we have to understand is what are the components of the work, what will be delivered, what additional equipment will need to be sourced now or when the work is displayed for the first time. Will the artist supply source materials such as code, for example, and identifying external dependencies such as network connectivity, obsolete of deprecated hardware or software component, etc. And yeah, I mean, somehow for established institutions, such as, I don't know, like the pioneers of the Chinese media field, many of those claims sounds obvious and familiar, and but the important part of this project was about structuring argumentation supporting this proposal for the purpose of this particular organization and for this particular team. So our work was really internal. We were trying to kind of like make people understand why we're even proposing that. And working with a case study, an artwork which at the end of the process has been successfully installed on the opening display, and also the figure of external consultant, which was kind of a figure of authority, helped us a lot in this process. So currently my colleagues at M+ are running the second phase of this project. So as I said before, in the phase 1, we set up the foundation by defining the framework of acquisition of complex software-based artworks, which allows M+ to focus internally of implementing it and fine-tuning the details, which is, you know, like we run the project, but, you know, this is not the end of the work. Now we have to kind of, the organization has to work towards implementing it. And this is a long-term endeavor. And in the meantime, phase 2 is about exploring alternative models of care and looking for innovations. And the starting point of this research is the sustainability of care of complex software-based artworks such as Bob. Preservation of those kind of works often requires a lot of attention, time, and resources to keep up with ever-evolving supporting technology, and that can be challenging even for large-scale collecting institutions, not to mention smaller or private ones. We thought about addressing this issue departing from the concept of a network of care that has been introduced today in the morning by Anna, and we took as a starting point the definition by curator and media art scholar Annette Decker. So a network of care is a group of individuals, professionals, and non-experts that contribute to sustaining the continuation of an artwork. And Bob is a very specific case because it's an addition work. And there are other instances of it in different institutional and private collections. So we had actually, kind of a list of other Bob owners. And because Bob is an artificial life form that develops its unique identity through learning, the artist sees the care of this work as similar to parenting. So departing from this concept of parenting, the project aim is to build a club of Bob owners, a platform to exchange experiences, issues, and doubts to support each other in sustaining the work together, and ideally in a joint collaboration with the artist. So so there are basically museums around the world that has Bob and have Bob, and we were trying to get them together and just start talking about how we are seeing the future of this work. Another project run by M+ Conservation Team was focusing on media art. That was focusing on media art is titled Collecting and Preserving Research-Based and Archive-Based Art Projects. The idea of focusing the project, the research project on art projects came from issues faced while preparing one of the highlights of the M+ Zig collection for display, the RMB City by Xiao Fei. RMB City was a fictional city constructed in the Second Life, online multimedia platform and a virtual world. It was open to the public in 2009 and remained active until 2011 when the artist ended the project. The city hosted many different events, such as, for example, an interview marathon by Hans-Ulrich Albist or inauguration of the city major. And it was extremely popular among the users from the art world, as well as the broader virtual community. Over the course of the project, the artist realized also a number of installations, video works, and an opera based on RMB City. She also documented RMB City and life within the city via her website, a blog, and several video works. So after the closure of the project, Artist Studio extracted an offline version of the city from Second Life for collection and preservation. And this is how the work is kind of cataloged in the M+ collection. So as you can see, the medium is videos, video games, digital image files, website, print publications, but it doesn't say anything about the project itself. So it is kind of very difficult to grasp what the artwork is from this description. Moreover, the manifestation of the project that M+ actually collected has been conceptualized by the artist as the RMB City archive, although from the formal perspective, it is rather an installation. It gathers together photo and video documentation of RMB City and of its multiple events, some RMB City props, the website, publications, and the interactive extract from the Second Life, which has been described in the catalog as a video game. The variability of the display mode is very limited and has been defined and designed by the Artist Studio. So for example, all components are shown on up-to-date equipment, projectors, huge 60-inch LCD screens, and the newest models of Mac that you can see in this photo. So, and the setup do not give much space for interpretation and contextualization. The set does not include documentation of processes and stories related to the creation of the project, and presents issues in terms of display and preservation. So we couldn't stand the feeling that the museum could potentially have had collected this work in a very different way. So that was this kind of like a beginning of thinking about this project, about collecting and preserving art projects in general. And so we took this as a point of departure to look closely at art projects understood as an art form or genre, or by some even kind of conceptualized as a medium as such. Art projects are often manifested in a range of objects and events with no clear aesthetic hierarchy. They may be centered on a discrete art object, physical or digital, such as video, or art form, such as installation, intended for display. But they may equally involve or generate various physical and digital objects in the form of archives and research material, events presented outside of exhibition settings, activities in public and digital space, workshops, publications, and so on. Because these art forms are not constituted only by material objects, but by a range of components and elements with variable relations and dependencies, as well as aesthetic and functional roles, they cannot be collected and preserved solely under the assumption of material fixity. And the material fixity is actually the principle of the modern concept of collecting, right? And also the modern idea of the museum. So similarly to the case of certain installation art or participatory art, relational art, or performance and digital art, their perpetuation relies on the interpretation of the work's identity. What makes the difference is the degree of complexity, inherent processuality, and often the lack of the fixed, authentic end product. What interestingly in Southeast Asia, and we actually discovered that during the project, and Southeast Asia is a region that is broadly represented in M+ collection. The last decades have seen a proliferation of art projects that because they are allowed to speak about controversial subjects, problematic for communities, without being limited by kind of the censorship of particular countries or states. Taking that as a starting point, we have set up a long-term project with following objectives: to explore different approaches to collecting and preserving art projects and examine benefits and drawbacks of their potential implementation at M+, to forge interdepartmental collaboration around issues related to collecting, documenting, and preserving new art forms. So again, kind of setting up this space for collaboration. To support and empower the shaping of a reflective institutional practice. And that's kind of it. The project has been, sorry, I lost my notes. So the project has been spearheaded by me and my colleague David. And it kicked off with a series of workshops with external lecturers, and those workshops are moderated and curated, but again, an external facilitator. So we use the same strategy by inviting somebody from outside, and in this case, actually, our external facilitator was Dušan. So yes, so we wanted to have someone impartial to mediate possible solutions and kind of analyze different voices and proposals that can come from different parties like curators, conservators, registrars, again, etc. And the main outcome from this phase of this project is planned to be an internal report that gathers all the voices and discussions heard during the workshop to be presented as a proposal to the upper management of the institution. So this is one of the strategies that we decided to implement. So kind of discussing that in a small, closed circle between the people involved in that, and then kind of trying to push that higher in the hierarchy of the institution. So those were the two main projects, but it was not the only work that we've been doing for the last 2.5 years. So those projects were providing a space for a space for learning, discussion, and somehow a theoretical framework. But in parallel to that, we were working restlessly to design and implement various tools and methods for documenting media art in M+ collection. And I'm just going to briefly guide you through some of them. The first task was to design workflows and tools for documentation of objects. And that was kind of like that hasn't been done only for time-based media items or media art in general. It was done for everything, but we used as a starting point the most complex and problematic kind of art forms in our collection. So we actually started from the perspective of complex installation with time-based media components. So we designed condition reports but also kind of the tools that are used more in kind of contemporary art conservation, which is, for example, iteration report. The other another ongoing and never-ending task was shaping Conservation Studio, which is an interface to collection management system, which for M+ is TMS. So this is a product that has been launched also by the Gallery Systems, the same developer that TMS. But this one is allowing for implementing documentation workflows and tools to gather conservation-specific data, for example, for conducting surveys, collection risk assessment, and for prioritization of preventive measures. And so I have to say that this work on this interface to the database, or like shaping this tool, was a very interesting experience for me, because I'm coming also from this kind of very kind of skeptical group of people who are thinking about, collection management systems as very fixed and very difficult to actually adapt to the needs of complex art forms. But this tool, and also the fact that I was working with databases team, so I actually had developers that were helping me to shape this tool. It was super useful, and I think that the result is quite interesting. We get to really link information in very unorthodox way, and kind of very playful way as well. So we also did a lot of work on management of conservation-related documentation, included designing a structure of conservation object files that integrates concepts borrowed from the field of contemporary art and time-based media conservation. So usually conservation object files, this is a thing that exists in a lot of museums. But we decided to kind of, structure it for complex art forms, and using this kind of concepts like identity, for example. And we put together artist questionnaires for acquisition of time-based media works, and we work collaboratively on acquisition and accessioning workflows for items entering M+ collections. For example, a workflow for acquisition of digital items, and this is like a very complex, you can see just a half of it here, but this is not kind of like a strict reference. This was just a project that we did to work together of how we are doing things. So it was actually a process. And finally, this is a workflow for securing artist-provided installation instructions, which in big institutions, kind of how to deal with material which is not an artwork provided by artists. So for example, installation instructions, it's a problem because it is not conceptualized as a work, but it is super needed to know how the works looks like and how to actually display it. So I'm happy to speak a little bit more about that kind of during the Q&A session, or like whatever, whenever you feel like. But that's just a glimpse of what we have done. And just to kind of wrap up. So one of the features of contemporary technology-based art as a genre is that it constantly evolves, conceptually and formally, and consequently, to be collected and preserved in an informed and sustainable way, it requires flexibility and adaptability from its keepers. And standards and best practices that are being developed in the large-scale institutions are not always suitable for smaller organizations that operate in different cultural, economical, political, and geographical circumstances, but can serve as a reference point to be adapted and scaled to the circumstances of the particular institution. When I started working with the media art collection at M+, I was insecure and not sure if my approaches and actions will not be criticized, not only internally, but also within the larger conservation community. Despite the lack of experience, while implementing the learning by doing approach, And through running the projects, we learned that our choices and decisions in many of the cases were actually pretty good. Also, the projects offered a way to fill knowledge gaps through collaboration with external specialists and empowered us by showing internally that our proposals are endorsed by professionals from more experienced institutions. At the end, those projects are enriching as well the conservation community by bringing to the table diverse, maybe less orthodox approaches. With this, I would just like to empower other organizations to experiment with different ways of caring for and preserving media art and to share the results of their experimentation with the field. There is no one way of collecting, caring for, and preserving art, and probably never will be. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Aga. I would be able to listen to you for another hour. Yeah, I think we were not so clever in hiding the time under this little Zoom bar, so apologies for that. So if anyone has anything to say, comments, questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'll ask about this time-based committee. So that sounds like a success that the museum was able to create this platform for meeting across departments. Can you say maybe a little bit about its genesis, like where it came from, who kind of pushed it through the institution and
Yeah, so that happened before I joined M+, and actually that was,
Yeah, and it was exactly I was interested in.
Yeah, so that was a senior conservator and director of the senior conservator and the head of collections and exhibitions. They kind of agreed that this is needed. I guess it's just because they were aware of what is happening in the contemporary art conservation field and aware of all the discussions. But I mean, that was not something easy to promote within the institution. So there was a kind of like a very big no from the curatorial department, like why we should actually do that. What is the benefit of sitting together with the IT guys and speaking about, time-based media or whatever. So we know what we know and you know what you know, and like let's just do our job separately. But I think so just to kind of like spreading this awareness about the problems that we can face in the future, Christelle, who was then Christelle Pasma, who is a paper conservator, but very interested in contemporary art, she decided to actually run a small workshop for M+ internally. So she invited people from like Benfica Radin from small data industry, some people from Tate, that they presented what they are doing and what the problems they are facing. Because for M+ back then, it was just kind of like a science fiction. Oh, we are going to display something. Oh my gosh, how we are going to do that? So she invited those people, and they were speaking about like the everyday practice and how to set up the infrastructure. And then there was like, oh my gosh, we have to kind of like collaborate. And and then kind of lobbying. It was a lot of lobbying, and and that was like a green light. But it was like very strict at the beginning. So like, it was just like, yeah, but we can have just like 2 conservators, 2 curators, like representatives, not to have like a huge crowd that is kind of like screaming, no, I know better, no, I know better. So it was very strict. But then it got a little bit like, we just got used to each other, I think, and to speaking to each other. And it was like super key, because in huge institutions like that, you might never be able to talk to each other. There is like no space for that, maybe during the lunch break, but not in the professional life. How an AV technician is speaking to the curator is just not happening. It's just too much of the distance.
Yeah, so thank you. We have 2 questions, and then we will move on to panel.
Hello, my name is Markéta Jonášová, and I currently work at the National Film Archive. Thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation, and I hope maybe that you can share with us the forms that you developed. I think that would be really of a great interest, also to compare with ours. I was just wondering about like a very simple thing that's on everyone's mind, I guess, in relation to developing new conservation departments, and that is how did you fund it, or how's the museum funded, and how did you justify the funding needed for that, because yeah, it's not usually a cheap thing to set up.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to this question. I came to the department that has been already in the making, and I have to acknowledge that this the specificity of this kind of setup. So this is a museum with kind of aspirations. So I know, like, the museum that from the very beginning was set up as kind of like, we want to be the mama of the Asia. So like, and if we want to be a mama of the Asia, so we have to have conservators as mama, right? So it's not, you cannot translate it to any other circumstance. It's just very unique. So there was just money, and they just did it. Yeah, so I'm not able to address this question, how to get the funding for that. It's very specific to the kind of like, political and geographical circumstances.
The next question coming from Ola Wysocka from Polish Film Archive. Thank you again, it was super informative. I have a question regarding reformatting strategies. Sometimes it would be the strategies you took, I understood. So I understand you make explicit documentation which is available internally, but is somehow public who visit the museum informed what was the past of the object, was the original look and technology used?
No. I mean, it's complicated, right? So everything that, so I mean, this is a kind of, to make that information public is difficult, and especially in a large-scale institution, which, issues of copyrights and kind of intellectual property is. So, but I believe it's doable, we were so at MPlus actually, TMS is feeding the information on the website. So we were trying to use actually this database, collection database, to kind of be able to put the information that can maybe in the future be revealed to the public. But to do it, you need a lot of work, lobbying, speaking to people, convincing, clearing copyrights, making some case studies. I mean, this is a very long, nobody is doing that, basically. I mean, from the large-scale institutions, unfortunately, it's a long process to get there, I guess. Maybe I will live long enough, I hope, to see this information actually accessible to the public one day.
Thank you.
I gave my mic to Jakub Frank, who was introduced earlier, and he will continue the moderating role from now on.
Dušan is free. Okay, so just very practically before the second panel starts, and I think that we just addressed very important topics in connection to institutions and state institutions, public institutions that will follow now. But just a few practical things. There is a list of attendees, and I would like to ask you to sign in when you're leaving, or just going to a toilet or whatever. Very important thing of this colloquium. And also, if you still haven't got our beautiful merch of the new media museums, there is plenty of bags that we'd like to give you all. Now to the second panel, and let me introduce Jitka Hlaváčková from Prague Municipal Gallery, who is a curator and curator of photography and new media collection. She's also a theorist of new media and curator of well-acclaimed exhibition Sounds, Codes, Images that focused on sound art in Czech, Czechoslovakia, and just published a catalog from this exhibition, where there are many let's say very important or very important contributions by many theoreticians from Czech and also abroad.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me and having me here. Now I am in quite a difficult position because I'm going to concern to quite a narrow-minded daily curatorial work questions, and after this really inspiring excursus to the institutional practice on this high level, it's quite I feel slightly ashamed. Okay, so I was I suppose to talk about a few or three works of new media from the 90s from the collection of Prague City Gallery, but sorry, this is not the right version. Jo, jasně, určitě. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. But Dušan told me that there is also an interest in the recent acquisitions or our acquisition strategies. So I decided to make like a general presentation of the collections of Prague City Gallery or the collection of new media. And my presentation can be also considered as the extension of Lucia Gregorová-Stach and Maria Bohumelová speech in the sense of examination of the functionality of the old media categories on which even the structures of the contemporary collections are still based. So now let's start from the beginning. The collection of Prague City Gallery, as well as the gallery itself, were established in 1964 for the purpose of taking care of the artworks already in the possession of the city of Prague at the time, and further extending of this collection. And in 1996, a new collection focused on photography was established. Quite surprisingly, the first items in this collection were no classic photographs, but the monumental digital prints by Veronika Abramová and by Federico Diaz. And 10 years later, when the acquisitions of the first videos took place, this collection was transformed into the photography and new media collection. Since then, over 100 works of video art by approximately 60 artists have been purchased or otherwise acquired for the collection. The range of these videos spans from semi or fully professional film by authors like Mozarteum, Adela Babanova or Roman Štětina, and etc., to a series of short, often students' videos by authors like Matěj Ali, Barbara Dajev, also, but also Anna Dajčíková, Dominik Gaherský, Jiří Žák, and many others. But also we acquired also the collection of experimental films by Steina and Vody Vasulkas. And recently we have also started to systematically collect the video documentation of performance. Some of those works you could see recently on the exhibition of our last acquisitions called No Art Today. I can show you some pictures of this exhibition in the end, because it's not part of this presentation now. However, there are also other formats, such as series of performative text instructions by Barbara Klimova being included into the new media collection recently. So rather virtual formats, but it's saying something new about the attitude, about the approach to the collections, to the structure of the collection now. I focused more on the institutional framework of collection care with various slightly absurd aspects of it, as well as on a very basic presentation of the collection. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I got lost. I just but now I want to. Oh, nevertheless, I like to mention that there are also several new media items in the Prague City Gallery collection that formerly belong to different collections. The situation is a proof of traditional institutional formalism, which stems from the conservation point of view. This means that certain works are stored in specific storage spaces according to their technical nature. For example, the digital prints on canvas form part of the painting collection simply because they are printed on canvas, although from the point of view of the artistic concept, their topic can be the digital medium itself. Curiously enough, for example, this Surówka print on some banner. Curiously enough, this is not a case of the digital prints on paper or artificial substrates, probably because the new media collection of the Prague City Gallery forms part of the photography collection. So their material meets the traditional conditions of the collection. As opposed to those mentioned cases, the situation nowadays is becoming more logical, and at least the works, for example, as multimedia installations, composed of several different components, of which at least one part falls under the definition of new media, naturally become a part of new media collection. A good example of this could be the fragmented installation called Fluid Identity Club by František Fekete, the young Czech artist. It consists, acquired last year, it consists of the classic video format plus textile objects, a series of portraits printed on plexiglass, which are not here, and a series of texts presented in the form of flickering image on tablet. Another such example is can be the work of Heliophilia by Michal Kindernay, acquired in 2019, formed by an extensive set of multimedia outputs. 4K projection of time-lapse sky recording, the digital print, and a 3D wooden model made by a digital plotter. So the whole work is, the whole collection is now part of the new media collection. It is remarkable that at present the material aspects are no longer relevant, and both textile patches and wooden objects can become a part of collection of photography and new media without much debate. So that's, I think, quite, yeah. Okay. Now, back to my original topic, the problem of durability of certain new media works from 1990s. Let's start with some conservation points. From a conservation point, there are issues which with some of the digital prints. Contrary to the general belief of the authors, the problem is not the stability of the print, but cheap substrates they were using. While the pigments seems to be stable even after 30 years, the supporting materials, especially the widely popular and frequently used foam boards, in Czech called kappa, from 1990s, it is currently source of great conservation concern. Fortunately, these problems can be solved partly. On this restoration documentation, you can see the situation before and after the work of the restorator, Martina Chadimová, which is quite good work, because we couldn't believe it. It's possible to save this soft material, but it seems that there are ways. However, the worst situation occurs with more technologically based works from the early PC era of the 1990s. The technological devices used in them, as well as the software, are obsolete and partly dysfunctional. In certain cases, there is no chance to bring them back to the life. The example of this state is can be the work of Federico Diaz's Generatrix from 1998. Its software cannot be operated on current technology, while the original one is beyond repair. So there is probably, even with the cooperation with the author, we agreed that there is no way to save this piece, probably. So next example is the mobile sculpture made by the same author, named Book 3, which can be described as the physically moving image, interactive moving image, in the sense of like a canvas, larger canvas with the moving device behind. This item has unfortunately suffered an extensive mechanical damage due to its extreme fragility and complexity. You can see this poor, but even it may be considered as something still as a result of some typical 1990s attitude to the work with the modern contemporary technologies. So, but in the case of this particular work, we have been trying to re-establish it into working condition with the help of restorator František Douda and also the great cooperator Milan Guštar, who participated in the realization of most of technologically based works since 1980s. So there still seems to be a chance to success. And then there is an example of the already successful reconstruction. This is the third work of Federico Diaz called E-Area, which was restored into full working order by mentioned František Douda 2 years ago. So we can now we plan to exhibit it and to show this successful process to the public. So, but So, in the end, this is the part of the previous this area installation. This is the like a virtual parts of the projection. So the last example. In this case, I would really like to ask you for your opinion, maybe later in the discussion. We have recently acquired a documentation video and some original digital prints from the work Resident by Petr Swarovski Silver from 1995. We are now contemplating acquiring also the entire interactive installation. There are some models or scheme. This is actually the real documentation of the inside of the module of the interactive installation. The bigger part or the most of the installation is now lost, but the author Petr Swarovski has offered us a reconstructed version of the work. So it means the work wouldn't be entirely original, but still it could be a good example of early era of Czech technological art. So I think for us it's now an open question, and I would really like to discuss some aspects of this potential acquisition with some of you. So I think it's the end of my presentation. I'm really glad the speakers from we could show in today as Agnieszka Kubicka-Dzieduszycka mentioned the option of such as preservation by documentation, and also the potential of new creative approaches to these rather obsolete, partially dysfunctional items. I mentioned now just a few experiences with works that are from the group of really technologically demanding and requiring very strict installation instructions and manuals. But unfortunately, due to the lack of experience and lack of imagination regarding the further development of technological tools, there were these manuals or these instructions were never elaborated in detail. So we are really in like a very often we are really lost with those what to do with those very complex and very fragmented now objects and installations. So I focused more on the institutional framework of the collection care with various slightly absurd aspects of it. as well as on very basic and general introduction of the collection and examples of usual curatorial work. So considering the further future cooperation, for which I'm really, and I will be really grateful to Dušan, I suppose there will be enough of space to go deeper into this specific aspects of the mentioned cases or any others. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Sorry for...
Thank you very much, Jitka. I think there were again like some very interesting topics connected with the institution infrastructure and also like the expertise within the institution that address the problems present here. We have some time for questions and answers. So, are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. There is a lot of super interesting works in your collection, and it's nice to know about them. And I was wondering, so when you were speaking about this work by Federico Diaz, the Generatrix, right? I don't know if I pronounced it well. You mentioned that it cannot be preserved, and I was wondering. Yeah, I know, like how this statement somehow came true. So, like, have you been collaborating with the artist around this work? Somehow, it's kind of like I'm a little bit playing a devil advocate right now. So, but as you said at the end of your presentation, like taking into account those other approaches that Agnieszka from VRO was mentioning before, would it be a possibility maybe to kind of reconsider this kind of statement of not able to be preserved, or what do you think about it?
We can, yeah, the author definitely could make a new version of this, but with completely new software, new technology, because the original one was just lost. It's not on. It was. We kept this one on some CD or some device. You know, it was something that really doesn't function now. So. It would be completely new reconstruction of the original idea, and it would be quite. I think the author is not convenient. He is still very active in his, and he is very like he moved to very different field of activities. So this is for him. It just didn't attract him so much, and it would cost many, probably too much money. So.
If I may add a few words, we have a very similar problem. I've addressed this topic and some of the previous meetings. Also a piece by Federico Diaz, also a software-based piece by Federico Diaz. It's Symbion. It's been in our collection since, I don't know, 2008 or so. And the medium is a CD disc with software which can be played, which can't be. I mean, it needs hardware or a special, operating system that would allow the artwork to be shown. Yeah. So yeah, and like very important thing about it is the context of the work, because since Federico Diaz was one of the like leading personalities in this like very early times of software-based art, this work really was the big thing in the art scene. But like nowadays the technologies became because the work was like interactive, creating a sort of 3D print, object made of interaction with the visitor. But like nowadays you can easily make it with another technologies, very like much cheaper and so on and so on. But it's not the case. Like the work is very important in the context of the early 2000s. And like dealing with these issues in the like old technologies. Nowadays it would be like, if Diaz made a reconstruction of it, for me at least, it wouldn't make sense. So Federico Diaz is very, very problematic.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, and that's about, then you end up with a reconsideration whether it is a non-existing piece or not, or how can it be. Then the radical approaches that Agnieszka proposed are definitely like coming to mind.
He was also very productive, so it's like some of those pieces. Some of them are really important, but it's not so. For example, the different completely different cases. This Petr Swarovski piece, which is, I think it's really very. He did just a few. This was probably the bigger one, bigger object he made, interactive object, and there is very different situation. I would really love to make the reconstruction, but there are also some technical.
A long time ago, actually, an exhibition in Guggenheim, kind of pioneering this idea of kind of emulation and how we can approach different media art objects, which was called Seeing Double, and there was this comparison between this kind of restored versions of old of old artwork, historical artwork, and kind of like new versions made with the kind of like newest technologies, and somehow. The whole experiment was about like what we actually appreciate, and so I thought maybe this work is kind of a good case study also to think about it, because it's always very difficult to see what we actually appreciate in this work. So it can be the code or the kind of like the pioneering aspect of it, but also kind of it is sometimes we are faced with this issue of like if it's better to make the artwork kind of die or kind of like just bring it back with other means. So like how to balance those difficult choices, right? So but it's a very interesting case, right?
I think I don't know how it was at Generatrix, but also the problem with Symbion is that there wasn't, or we couldn't find like any good documentation of the artwork. Like not a good video documentation of the interaction with the software, nor some good quality photos. Like really, this it was a software. Why would we make a photo of a software?
The instructions were like not too detailed.
Precise.
About the hardware, for example, there are some missing pieces. I kind of.
Okay, I think we should move on. Thank you very much, Jitka. Now I would like to invite Eva Skopalova from National Gallery Prague. Eva is a curator of a collection of modern and contemporary art, and also a theorist focusing on media art, contemporary art, and also an art critic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that lovely invitation. And well, I have for you a little presentation about our youngest and the smallest collection in National Gallery. It would be a collection of problems and questions rather than answers, because, well, we are struggling, but we're fighting. And we're posing ourselves serious questions, because, well, we're seeking for answers, and I guess nobody here has any satisfactory answer in this field. So, as you can see from my title, New Media Collection consists from like 500 inventory numbers. So it's very small collection. We have to say, for those of you who don't know National Gallery in Prague, the gallery was founded in 1796, so around 1800s, and our collections goes deeply into Middle Ages. Therefore, we have huge collection. I'm coming from a collection of modern and contemporary art, and we consist from Department of Fine Art and Department of Architecture. I would be talking only about Department of Fine Art. And well, the profile of our collection is basically traditional. We can divide the works of art we have into paintings and sculptures, and the other, meaning new media. New media collection was established in 1998, and the first conservator was Michal Bielický, who is also the pioneering artist in this field. The problematic starts with the labeling of new media, because as it was established very lately, meaning around 2000s, it causes problems with terminology inside the gallery, because a lot of artworks which we can now label new media are considered to be paintings or to be sculptures. So those artworks are not that difficult to conserve because we still know how to do it, because it's labeled as a sculpture. So it's challenging, but it's doable. But those who are labeled new media, that's more questionable. New media in a national gallery goes with the evolution of this field. So we may say that first we have the wave of photography. For example, I have here Petr Stembera and his crafting. It's a documentation of action from the 70s. It was purchased in early 90s and it came into collection of new media right after it was established. Then we have installation art. Michal Bielický himself, he has his famous name, which was purchased in 2000. So it's very significant, the year 2000 as a new millennia and also new media, you know. There are also quite a group of artworks which came in parts in our collection. This is, for example, Milena Dopitova's 60-something. Here I have only this photograph, digital print, but the whole artwork consists also from video and installation. And all those parts were acquired in different times, and we collected together in pieces. The same case is Tomáš Ruller's documentation of his action, which happened on 8th of August 1988. And firstly, we bought a video installation. Right now, we are in process of acquiring multiple objects which came with this video. From gifts, we have more recent gift of a series of Polaroid photographs by Andy Warhol. These came into our collection thanks to Milena Kalinovská, who was our director of our department. And it's a huge series of 67, I guess, photographs of photographs Polaroid type, which are as well challenging for conservation. But these are in very good state, so there is no worries about them. But I am going a little bit back to my diagram because what I'm willing to talk the most today is moving images, the smallest collection of them all. We have something around 70 movies, videos in our collection. It's 1% of collection of modern art and contemporary art. And they're very, very small. And it was purchased, gifted almost all around 2010s or until 2010s, and the collection goes into 90s. And today it's very interesting collection because there are pieces which we never seen because it was originally on multiple supports from VHS, DVDs, CDs, till new MP4 formats and others. And thanks to NFA over there, we have all digitized versions. Those analog supports are for us still challenging to conserve, but thankfully we have right now digital copies. There is also one artwork we have digitized. With my colleague, well, it's thankfully thanks to Irina Zakharova, we established a condition report for those copies and also originals, and we have to keep in track the original formats and original shapes of videos to be able to make a standardized copies and keep the collection updated. For us, it is also producing a new questions, whether it is possible to play the copy on original or technology, or should we rather play the copy on contemporary technology, how to expose it, how to lend it, how to proceed in a future. It's a perpetual need of care about those artworks, and we are in a constant pressure of updating, and we are still missing a conservatory department which we would able to do that. So we are dependent on other institutions, or we are still dependent on accessible technologies. The digitized copies we can right now store at cloud storage, but we don't know for how long, because the field of technology is still accelerating. So it could be 10 years or less, who knows. But nevertheless, we still acquiring. Lately, last fall, we acquired Zbigniew Baladran's Discourse. It's a lightbox which is accompanied with video in a format MP4, luckily for us right now. Also, Sraj Sem's Seamstress. It's a digital video. These are not problematic. But more problematic would be watching Martin Kohout by Martin Kohout, which is broadcasted through YouTube streaming. Also, on YouTube, you can see Jakub Jansa's Club of Opportunities, episode 7. Those artworks are not challenging for conservation, but for acquiring committee, because there is a question about exclusivity, editions, and reproduction. We consider those videos to be broadcasted through internet and other streaming platforms to be as a sculpture in public spaces, so everybody can see them, and we just taking care about them. We are not aiming to be exclusive owners, so we can buy videos in editions. So the exclusivity is not an issue, but lately it just caused a series of questions inside the institution. So it was my quick sneak peek into our practices, and I'm open for your questions and remarks.
Thank you, Eva, for a nice contribution and also for sticking to the schedule. So, wow, that was quick. I see. First question.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question, since the new media is such a small percentage from the whole collection. Do you have some kind of acquisition strategy to make it bigger, or it's not like in the scope of your plans?
Well, we are not specifically focusing on any media. Mm-hmm. It just happened to be that small because there were no practice as such. But we are focusing, our strategy is to conserve what we consider to be worth to conserve, meaning where is the potential for future exhibition, where we see the value for history. Mm-hmm. So I would say the collection of new media and in moving image in particular would be bigger, definitely, because artists, contemporary artists, are focused on this media. But to collect new media as such would be the same, like say we're collecting only paintings, and this seems to me a bit obsolete. So we would definitely fill our blank spots and our holes. This is definitely our politics, but also buy new things which we see valuable for future days.
Thank you. Maybe one more question. Is there any?
Hi. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. You touched upon a very common but important question between kind of preservation and acquisition and curation, because that is a topic that I'm going to touch upon, so I'm asking your opinion. How the museum administrators or curators feel about purchasing the art that you're at this point museum is not able to provide the care.
Well, we're feeling like we can provide care to artwork which we are buying. Meaning, if we are buying contemporary art, it requires almost no or a little care. And, well, it's a problem for future, of course, but every art is a problem for future. Even though we buy painting, a traditional medium, it's a problem for future. So we have to establish a conservatory department for new media, definitely. But we can do so only if we buy enough artworks, if the collection would be worth to take care. Even though it stays small, we have to take care about it. So definitely, it's by law. It's by law, we have to take care about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Eva. And
thank you.
I would like to invite Mira Sikorova, who is a director and curator of the first museum of Intermedia, the Museum of Art, Žilina, and is also curator of contemporary art and intermedia art. Author of many exhibitions. Ano. A chtěl bych upozornit, or I would like to just let you know that this contribution will be in Slovak. So, any of you who need the headphones, please go for it and use it now. We will wait until everyone has its headphones working. Stahovali jste ji na plochu, nebo?
Dobrý den. I wish you a good afternoon. Just a little bit, we will wait for everybody to take their headphones. Okay. My slideshow is written in English so that participants who do not understand Slovak could at least read the English text. Well, I am also from an institution that is owned and managed by state, by the government. We had other galleries who are financed by the governmental budgets. And we know that money is always a very tricky question, but we cannot work without money. And who and how is in the Museum of Žilina managing and governing. It's very important for the acquisition practice of our museum and also for the preservation of intermedia and media art, because it influences the way how we can build up the collection and take care of it. So I will start speaking about the onset of 1990. Up to 2002, we were governed by the Ministry of Art, but during the 90s, under the Prime Minister Mečiar, the gallery was not a legal subject, which means that it was a part of its of a broader organization governed by an intendant, and it was quite complicated because there were political influences on how and who is leading the gallery, but by 2002, the municipality, or let's say the regional governor, is the managing body entity. And in 2006, we started using a grant program by the Ministry of Culture that finances new acquisitions. And so that was a brief survey of history, and I would like to speak about video art and video installation of our gallery. The collection is quite impressive, concerning the fact that we are just a regional museum. And I will speak about reasons and ways how we built up the collection. And I also would like to speak about how can works from the 90s be presented and preserved. And the third point of my talk is presenting the exposition of the Intermedia after of works that have been done after 1990. So it's an exhibition of contemporary art starting 1990, specialized in media art. So that was a little bit of statistics. We have 74 works in the media I have named, and I want to present one work, Dio Deco, by Petr Válek. This is quite a complicated work, artwork. It is quite controversial, or because it's quite sensitive to exhibit it. The equipment is quite old, as you can see, and to try to replicate this work would be quite complicated, because I cannot imagine that you have a flat screen as a part of this installation, and also it would be very difficult to find components to make and replicate this artwork. And I'm very afraid when we present it that it might get broken. But this is an installation that we have done after it arrived in the collection. I would say that the most important period of time was 1990 to 1993, and then also to 1996. We have acquired several artworks, and so you see here 4 pictures, pictures of 4 artwork, because 2 of them are blow-ups of the individual artworks, and currently we have some 20 artworks exhibited. But I would now like to talk about artworks I'm displaying here. In the middle you can see a video sampler of the exhibition, of an exhibition from the 19th that we have done in cooperation with a Swiss gallery in Tuna and the gallery in Žilina. It was called Nature in Motion, and it was exhibited in 1994. So I tried to summarize what are the typical features of video installations that are typical for the 90s, for the second half of the 90s, since 1993 and 1998, where the focus of the installation was what I call a sculptural and comedy, and media work on the example of Petr Válek in the background, where you see the sewing machine. The TV set is also a medium. I mean, like the box, the old TV set. And these artworks are more a sculpture, because they are quite big, and they also use an analog code. And what we present there is using the VHS carrier. Part of this concrete installation is a TV broadcast in a closed loop, which means that repairing components is quite expensive, because it is so unique and so old, which is basically one-time artwork with, I say in parentheses, no future, because they were intending for one concrete presentation. And here is another example of an artwork with a closed loop, because when you look into the VC ball, you will see your face in the little monitor. In 2009, we received funds that helped us to restore this work in collaboration with the author. It's kind of a gray zone, because we can restore a work in collaboration with the author, but when we stick to the law, only members of the museum personnel can do restoration work, which means that we are trapped, and we have to do it in what I call a gray zone in collaboration with the author. The authors are, one of them is 70 years old, the other Petr Válek is ceased, so it's quite difficult to do reconstructions when we have only the authors to rely on. So when we try to replace this artwork, it would not be functioning the same way as this. We have one possibility to try to find components that are identical, or on the other hand, extract the concept of the artwork and replace the components. which is a different interpretation. I am showing you an artwork, concert for breasts and a musical instrument that were originally installed in 2 old TV sets. But for the gallery in Povajská Bystrica was used a different setup, which as a remake. Of course, we have consulted it with the author and presented it in the Slovak National Gallery as a part of exhibition of Jana Želivská, 2012, and which you see in the picture on the right hand. And you see a certain shift in exhibiting this artwork. It's not such a sculpture as it used to be. Of course, we could discuss it. I like the old TV sets, these huge boxes, but we somehow have to accept that the technology has done this advancement. Well, this is also another artwork, the first generation of video artists. Petr Igor Meluzin also passed away. He is one of the 3 pioneers of the video art. What you can see in the picture is a ready-made artwork that we have to adjust to the conditions we have contemporary. It is not possible to tune, or it was problematic to tune in the Kunsthalle of Bratislava, the teletext broadcasting that was part of the TV broadcasting. You see it in the right picture. You see that in the artwork, a TV broadcasting was incorporated. And you see, sometimes we have very funny situations because in one of the exhibitions we had to use dozens meters long TV cable to be able to achieve this live TV broadcasting. This is an acquisition that paid off because we exhibit it quite often and we also borrow it quite often. But connected to the problem that we do not have cable TV broadcasting. And we have to use recorded carriers. Well, and he is an emblematic artist of Slovak video art, post-feminist or feminist author, post-feminist art. It's an artwork of Jana Želivská. It's a large-scale presentation, a first video installation that was done in the Slovak art environment, and I'm proud that it was in the Gallery of Art where I work now. I would like also to honor Katarína Rusnáková, the curator who founded this collection and managed this collection, and also Radoslav Matuštík, a theoretician who worked in the gallery at that time. This is one of the most important presentations. The projector we are using here had to be purchased in Vienna for an incredible amount of money, £250,000 at that time. Of course, nowadays, the projectors are much cheaper, but it was that time difficult to get. How we installed it, of course, the author has her own own idea of how to install that, and we are very proud that we have this emblematic artwork, but it has to be installed under certain conditions. This is a first video installation from 1996 exhibition called Paradigm Woman, a post-feminist artwork with a curator I mentioned, Katarina Rusnáková. And here you see two contemporary or more current realizations from 2012. Left and right is from the Museum of Intermedia in Žilina, where I work. So this is also another installation of the artwork in two different museums. Well, I will try to speed up my presentation, but I would like to present video installations that we could needed to do a remake because they would not have existed otherwise. This is an installation, a clone line from Peter Igor Meluzin. The first version from 1998 was realized and 2017 I curated an exhibition of the same author in Žilina, and we wanted to revive 10 artworks, video art. Some of them had to be remade and reconstructed of non-existent artworks because Peter Meluzin never preserved the artworks. He lived in a very small apartment and he had no space, no deposit for these artworks. These kind of video installations were expensive, and he had to borrow the necessary technology, and after he has presented the artwork, he had to de-assemble it and return the technical components to the owners. But I talked him into making a reconstruction because I believed it would not be that difficult. But I think we succeeded. It looks a little bit different. I will show you what it looked like at that time. This is the original version from 1998 that used used 10 pieces of PC monitors. In my newer installation I used only 6 because I could not get hold of more. The problem was the connection. You know how Christmas lights work. When one is broken, all the line is broken. And this is a similar principle. This artwork, old and new, is connected in a series way. Monitor cable, etc. The first monitor has the best picture, and the very last monitor loses quality and the picture vanishes. This interconnection is also interconnected in a series, but you have to use a multiplier and you have to have an immense amount of cables. Peter never installed it himself. He always had a technically talented person who helped him with the installation. And when I found someone who would help me with the installation and who gave me the cables and the monitors, and well, this advisor cost us 800 euro. I think I can disclose this number. He showed us how to connect these monitors, and I also have archived this draft, this scheme that he presented me. And you see the connected screens, so many cables, and we have to disclose it somehow. It's also a reason why we present this installation in dark rooms, so that these cables are not disturbing. I learned that there is something like an application to calibrate the monitors. It is very necessary to calibrate all the monitors the same way so that the image is identical. And knowledge I gained and I didn't have before. There is an artist, Věra Muchina, and she created an artwork which is called a farmer and factory worker, like social realism, and this is like a ironical remake from Peter Melusine using Ken and Barbie. Both artworks, well, this artwork is quite absurd. The original is quite monumental, and this monumentality is replaced by these cloned images of these 10 screens, which is kind of an author's reaction to the monumentality of socialist realism, sculpture, artwork. And it's a contribution of the author to the discussion of theory of art, of sexuality, of gender, of empty icons, consume, etc. It is a multi-level artwork. Well, a next artwork I would like to present is something that I would really love to have restored, because we only have a video capturing the installation of Juraj Bartuš. He draws pictures of a girl and reflecting the fact that our memory is not able to preserve memories of past events or people we met in the past. This particular artwork is about his classmate Sarah Rosenbaum. He met in school for only one day, and she was deported to a concentration camp. And he was drawing one picture by another, trying to recall her face. And here you see an installation where you have like a sand-like material with a pressed-in image of this girl's face, and then you have a monitor in the middle of the installation that captures all these images, and it's about the historical memory and personal experience. In the meantime, the author did not have all of these prints, and we had to do a restoration of this artwork, of course with the consent of the artist. And this is then a reconstruction that we presented. You see, it's quite similar. My condition was that we have to use an old TV set, not a screen, but you see there is a certain shift. But without doing it with the help of this replacement, we could not preserve this artwork at all. So, and this is, well, the image. To wrap it up, we have 74 minus 14, some 60 intermedia artworks, and with this amount we can do a permanent exhibition. You see an artwork of Lucia Dovičáková. You do not see it as a video at the same time. And I was also happy that I could get hold of a video of Dorota Sadowska. It's a quite unique artwork in her over. So this is a way how to collect artworks and to build up an exhibition. It's on one side the exhibiting, but also on the other hand the preserving, because when you want to exhibit the artwork, it has to be in good shape. When you present it, people who have some knowledge about the context and history of art, video art in the past, since the 90s, can appreciate it. There's something I would like to show you. It's very simple. Museum of Intermedia. One, two, and three. It's a catalog. It's a documentation of this project that we have, of an exhibition that we have, and in a material form. In our gallery, we presented it, and you can reach it via a website. And we have a collection of photographies and descriptions. And when I describe these artworks, I use not only this documentation, but I also try to describe the context of the artist artwork or his over. This exhibition was dedicated to memory and information, and this is a third part. I'm going to open Anton Černy's artwork. It was a series of 3 exhibitions. There, of course, exists also an English version of the website of the project. Well, to sum it up, the first Museum of Intermedia is being initiated by the collection of Považská Bystrica. We have a certain acquisition policy of Museum of Považská Bystrica in Žilina, and we concentrate on the media art. We also have a website, and for me it was a natural development of what I could do in the artistic world. Here you can see a kind of a schedule. So I reached the end of my presentation. And again, this is the second exhibition between information and memory. And now we have the third exhibition, Gentle Power. So it's the third part of the series. Thank you very much for your attention.
Děkujeme za výborný příspěvek.
Thank you for an excellent contribution and máme tady čas na jednu otázku. Krátkou otázku. Velmi krátkou otázku. I would like to ask about your experience with borrowings or with lending your art to other institutions. What does the process look like? Yes, Roman Ondak, miraculous child or prodigy. It's an artwork of Milan Ondrak, and we are lending it to the University of Jana Evangelista Purkyně. But the problem is not of installing, not of lending as such, but with the installation of the artwork in a different institution. It's a very complicated question, and we have a law that describes how it has to be handled, because they are very strict rules and conditions. Well, you know, we are only managers of the collections. We are not the owners. Owners is the Žilina region, and it's the regional governor who decides about lending an artwork, and we have to stick to the law. But we can lend the artwork from a deposit, not from an exhibition, with exceptions, of course.
Aha, no.
I haven't heard the question, the interpreter says, but the answer is, well, I do not have particular instructions. Sometimes the author gives us instructions to artworks that he or she sells to the gallery, and the author has to be aware that not every gallery has the same walls, that we have to adjust their artwork. And of course, with installing spatial artworks, it's even more complicated.
Very short, Matěj.
Just a follow-up.
When you lend out one channel video that doesn't have a physical component, but you have it in an exposition, we are exhibiting it, cannot be lent. The answer, well, there can be several copies of the artwork, and it can be borrowed from the author themselves. But I always have to replace a missing part of an exhibition with something else. I see my colleagues are smiling, but you know that Jana Želivská, the instrument and press, I did not lend out because it had been exhibited at the same time at our museum. That was, well, it's always a matter of individual decisions.
Okay.
I have a small announcement. So, as you probably are well aware, we are well behind the time schedule. So we decided to postpone the roundtable partially to the dinner of record. So maybe it's going to be even more interesting. But then also for those of you who are here who are staying for tomorrow, then we will do one large roundtable at the end. So we would put these two into one tomorrow afternoon. You're all welcome to join, of course. But yes, so we expect we will run for, let's say, 1 more hour max, and then we'll wrap up for today. Thanks.
Seems we're ready. So I'll just briefly present Gina Chang from Time-Based Media, or who is a Time-Based Media art or conservator currently at the National Museum of Art, Architecture and Design in Oslo.
But do you have to share I'm just going to introduce myself first while we're figuring out how to share. So my name is Gina Chang. I'm time-based media conservator at the National Museum of Norway. But my official title is not actually time-based media, because we have collectively share new name. So my official title is conservator of new art forms. But I can tell you about the reason for my title became like that later. It's not really important. So, so thank you for having me here. And I feel kind of very fortunate that Anna and Aga will had in a way that the presentation is very relevant for the issues that I'm going to try to address. So I'm going to just kind of skip the actual kind of presentation of the work or those kind of things that's previously mentioned. Okay. So the title of this presentation is Addressing Sustainability Issues in Time-Based Media Collection and Preservation Strategies. Sustainability discourses within the art museums have emerged in recent years. Oops. As a response to an effort to align themselves in the common goals of achieving social, economic, and environmental sustainabilities at local and global levels, against the backgrounds of looming social, economic, and environmental uncertainties. The dominating tendency of the sustainability discourse in art museums has been the structural and administrative transformation that seeks to establish economically viable, environmental friendly, and socially inclusive business operation models. This so-called three-bottom approach has been first adapted by business corporations and energy industries to justify and prove their green investing behaviors. That's why it is called greenwash. The three-bottom approach has altered, first and foremost, how art museums, as publicly funded cultural institutions, approach their long-term business plans, management of both cultural and institutional assets, and the cultural policies to meet the present and future social demands for meeting and maximizing the multitude. So we are looking at the diagram of 3 pillars of sustainability, that how art museum is dealing with this sustainability. You can see, for example, now increasing support for kind of social media. They're like promoting exhibitions and art activity through the social network like TikTok, Instagram, or planning also exhibition that directly concern this kind of social issues, environmental issues, and economic issues. Also increasing tendency to bring the private investor to fund the museum activities. So this has been a kind of problematic for especially Norwegian art scenes in the museum environment, that most of the museums are publicly funded, that kind of cause kind of ethical problems. If so far has been the art museum's collective and outwardly operational changes affected by the sustainability demands put forwarded by the global consensus and to fulfill the mission as a publicly funded cultural institutions. So far the kind of three pillars of sustainability and then economic or environmental or social viable is more like kind of museum as an institution and the organism that toward the kind of outwardly kind of interface concerning the sustainability. But I'm more kind of focused on internally how that kind of discourse affects the museum and the work of our professional kind of practice. So sustainability discourses, on the other hand, have provided museum staff members with a useful framework and platform within and on which they scrutinize and rethink the validity and patterns of their daily operations inside the museum walls. And it is here where sustainability mindframe inside the museum staff to critically and actively engage their modes of operation and decision-making with the museum's collection and preservation management policies and strategies that I'd like to focus on this presentation, with the emphasis on the collection and preservation of time-based media artworks. So I should kind of explain the kind of background, what had prompted me to think about sustainability issues in relation to what I do professionally in the first place. So what you're looking at is our beautiful new museum building. And from the 2015, that it was at the time that I was kind of hired to do the 2-year-long extensive survey project over the installation artworks in the National Museum. What was happening incredibly is while they're building and preparing the moving hold collection to the new building, and at the same time we are also moving to a new collection management system, and then also planning the permanent exhibitions that gonna be in the new museum, which is 89 rooms. So it's a lot of tasks happening at the same time. So at the National Museum, we have about 400,000 objects in our collection and about 250 time-based media artworks we have. But the number 250 doesn't count the items that belong to each time-based media. So if we count the whole kind of elements, that number is much more, of course. And one thing that I forgot to mention is the National Museum used to be of 4 different museums: National Gallery, Architecture Museum, and Industry Design Museum, and like Contemporary Museum. So we once kind of went to the kind of, in a way that having all these different museums on the roof in the same system. So that kind of took a while, and then it was kind of finalized to all move into the one museum building. So quite a lot of tasks ahead while we, kind of revising our collection policies and then documentation and packing and moving all stuff. It was crazy. So my job was to do a survey for 2 years, that 250, before we didn't have a kind of category called time-based media, so we called it kind of new media installation. So to make inventory and check and revise CMS entry of all the installation time-based media artworks and pack them so they can be moved that was the initial kind of planned reason for doing the this survey. And most importantly, so one of the reasons doing it is information in the collection management system remained coherent. So all the curation, conservation, and logistic will have the more or less same kind of identical understanding of each artworks. But also it provided me a very unique opportunity to assess one group of art collection, just specific time-based media, from very different perspective that previously couldn't be done because of time frame, and then I was kind of focused on one kind of art, the group. So I could see how the collection as a whole was documented and then preserved and accessed, pretty concentrated amount of time. So I was just, at the same time, I was a kind of new graduate. Before I became the conservator, I was an artist and working as a digitization department in the National Library. So in a way that it was kind of, I brought in new culture because of my background, and I was new, and I get to do this kind of survey work. But most importantly, being a Korean, not familiar with the Norwegian art scene, and looking at all this Norwegian art was a big challenge. So in a way, it's kind of test case. It was a perfect test. I was a kind of test like chinchilla to how all the museums is working. Of course, there are many irregularities and insufficient documentation in both CMS database and other documentation such as archives and So in order to inventorize, I had to first kind of look at the work, how it was documented, and based on that, I couldn't make sense of what was the work actually. So, and if I couldn't, who could, right? So that got me into thinking that, and because in a way that, as a newly graduate, that I was like, oh my God, the work has not been done, that kind of free, arrogant kind of attitude also. And being a Korean, that the kind of trait of Korean, so when you go in, you have to change everything. So you can see the new president of Korea now, he'll change everything. So there's a lot of this kind of cultural classy, it was also important kind of the themes that I wanted to bring into this situation. So, and all this so I started to discuss, and everybody, I could understand what the work is. And then they were like all pointing at, okay, you ask this Ola, his, like 30-year kind of experience, exhibition technician, he knows everything. And so that was the kind of our encyclopedia for me to document and get the sense of what the work is about. And also I found this kind of, my colleague also had this kind of different ideas about the level of preservation has done or preservedness, and not to preserve, not to mention how to preserve those artworks. So in a way that kind of, in order to do my work, that the idea that what I should do to do my work has greatly different, they're traditionally, how they've been preserving the work. So that was also interesting, and that got me into thinking that for me, when I just look at this kind of the level of the documentation, that not only that it's going to be unsustainable in the near future, but as I look at it, this is not sustainable now because I cannot read the information that is needed then we don't need to kind of even wait for the future. It's happening now. But probably those aspects that information is kind of tacit knowledges between the people, is not really communicating through, was not perceived as kind of problematic. So, you know, what was interesting was that kind of different idea about how sustainable our practice inside the museum also was different. And then also a lot of kind of politics and cultural differences to interpret those status was kind of very intriguing to me. So, and another part that I found it kind of challenging is a National Museum has a long history, and even though that we didn't have a time-based media conservator, like two of my colleagues was, you know, doing the preservation work, conservation. Only difference was the kind of the level of the preparedness and preservation. Also, the kind of the workflow it needs to be, also what kind of infrastructure we need to kind of make it happen. Because they didn't have a background, kind of digital preservation is all kind of, in a way, they put it in the file and then, okay, it's saved, or say, okay, it's preserved. But it is like we are looking at the cup of water. So if your water is like this much, and then if you have a drop of water, on it, it will not change much. But once water reaches here, a drop of water, you will spill. So to me, it's a sustainability is that kind of the thing. We has a lot of buffer. So that's why I asked Eva about, you know, how the acquisition, acquiring work that we are not prepared in a way that we are dealing with this kind of space of the kind of fluctuability that to reach that point that it doesn't hold anymore. But in a way that kind of it is kind of perceived. It is true that there's nothing wrong with that. So even when you see the kind of like a lot of analogies can be drawn with the sick person. If you can have a long life with a kind of small kind of like cold, yeah, maybe quality suffering is living. It's not always that human has to have exuberant kind of health. So health can have different levels and different buffer that, so it's all about how you kind of put yourself and then kind of feel as a kind of healthy person. So, so once I start surveying that a lot of familiar, probably you will recognize. This work is Ries by Schäffler, and this is the first time-based artworks, video works purchased by the National Museum of Norway. But when I was doing survey, was this box. Right? And then some like metal, and then the logistics was, what is this metal scrap? Couldn't figure out putting together. So this is kind of, and then, but all those kind of Laserdisc tapes were kind of nicely packaged in acid-free box, nicely on the like shelf. So, okay. In the media on the shelf, and acid box is like a ghost in the shell. The death has not come yet, but it's always latent. So I think it was a kind of nice, yeah, I had to put it in. So in the extent of that, with the perhaps exception of some analog media art, film, magnetic video, audio, kinetic, most of time-based media art, originated from the past 50 years. Past 50 years, like, you know, I think is a kind of buffer that we can have. Thus, the chances for both the artist and technologists to be still available is pretty great. So the sense of contemporaneity, which is in fact only the visibility of the authors and technologies, gives kind of for a sense of security that individual works are with us. So in a way that if they can take visible and operational forms, or we can come back to them at that moment as long as their visibility is maintained. Previously it has another problem, because if they found something with problem with the file, they could get it from the artist. If they're not sure, they could ask exhibition technician or artist. I don't see it, as long as it works, I don't see it as a problem. The only problem is that the death kind of, chases us, that, and then everybody follow from the cliff, that kind of moment. But that is, and when I look at how many frequencies happen in the past, ever since we collected the video, probably 2 cases. But it's all kind of in a way that we didn't actually check the file, so there was glitches, so those kind of type. So I think the buffer, even if it's a kind of forced sense of security, is a kind of important kind of culture of the privation we can have, because within that it kind of works. So in a way that kind of for me, this is kind of other kind of dimension of sustainability. So like this closer the immediate acquisition period of a time-based layout, we tend to relax on our estimate uncertainty of the work for the future, which I think is okay. So another example, the inherent kind of element. Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So it's this aspect already kind of touched by the other, the kind of the carrier or the work kind of, registered kind of object-wise. So in a way that, but at the same time, the left was our previous, the CMS system, the Primus Norwegian developed, that in a way that the kind of the available system is kind of engendered how we kind of actually operate. So I think in that way that is kind of very important too. The tools are important. How we kind of organize the data is important, because once in a while they kind of, in a way that in return they shaped how we work too. So, and the problem with the previous kind of way of doing it, as I see it, a lot of the complex digitization and complex the time-based media is different, composed of different components, and then generations. So they have genealogies in kind of media, everything, and also dependency between the software and hardware, and dependency between the hardware and a certain kind of operating system. So that is very difficult to document in one kind of CMS system. So this is a thing that we kind of started to, I devised, this is the kind of thing that we need to do in order to have a kind of, in a way, that's a nice view that we can also see the history and the kind of dependencies. Okay, so this is our new system, that in a way that the kind of need to document the kind of information we wanted to document, and then also collects kind of and kind of have an overview of the kind of supporting document system that is kind of easier to manage our document. But one thing is that the relationship between each document cannot be documented in the utilized in this system. So that is one thing is lacking. Another aspect before, let's see how much. Okay, yeah. I think this is pretty important. This is social avstandsmålet. It means that social distance measure that is perfect. Yeah, I wish we had it COVID. So, but this one who made was a jewelry designer. So it was purchased by a design department, but it has this component. And so since it was all electronics and stuff, so okay, so object conservator, yeah, yeah, that okay, Gina, you do it. But when I see it, it has this function, you know, but since they got it as a jewelry, and the curators only how they can approach the conservation and the creation is also, you know, we are looking at the same object. But who look at it, it kind of changes aspect of the use of the work and the conservation. So to me, I did, for example, it's Arduino Mini, so I kind of, you know, hoarding spree, and like they have small kind of coding, so I made a copy of the coding, all those kind of things. In, you know, just kind of document how it works, because that kind of provides the kind of logic. But that got me into thinking why we are looking at same objects, but the approaches are different. And another aspect about in that aspect is always involving the artist. And this works speaks about two aspects. One is always kind of the artist kind of being available for us as a kind of backup conservator or curator. But actually, I've never seen this work exhibited, and never been exhibited ever since it was purchased. And there are quite a lot of number of the work purchased, acquired, has never seen the work. So then we can ask about kind of ethics or kind of, in a way, the logics of acquiring new media. What is kind of the thing behind? Is it kind of justifiable? In what area it can be justifiable purchasing the work that in a way that it will, you know, we have the work, but never been shown. So all this kind of amounts to also preservation burden, and at the same time kind of calls into question about the kind of public accountability of what we do. How can we defend? There could be many reasons. I'm not denying that, you know, I'm not saying if it is right or wrong, but it raises kind of interesting questions. Okay. So let's I want to say one thing about obsolescence, that obsolescence is not kind of that, it's not like a meteor killing all the dinosaurs. Actually, technological obsolescence had pretty much, you know, it is not visible to us because obsolescence lingers. Even if VHS or VCR don't produce, but it's still available. And when you go to Africa, Nigeria, the VHS is, I'm not sure anymore. Maybe they moved into DVD, but it was kind of pretty. So in a way that obsolescence has kind of geological or economical kind of territories and influenced by those things. So in a way that we can utilize in that aspect, we don't have to kind of worry about, but in a way that we can be able to use. If we cannot, you know, get the expertise, we can get it from kind of Africa or, you know, those aspects. Okay. Same. Okay. Let me just...
3 sentences wrap up and...
Really? Okay, let me finish this and then 2 more. Another one, this is probably it kind of solution or how to kind of address how the kind of addressing the sustainability can be entered into the museum dialogue between curators and conservators is acquisition. This, we recently purchased Janne Vinderen, a sound artist. This sound is a 30-channel sound installation. When we purchased, it was we run this kind of acquisition like every month, so I didn't even see the work, but it was a purchase. And it was a purchase without all the equipment. We only got hard drive and files. And one of the reasons is that actually the thinking about technological obsolescence that cause, if we purchase all this equipment, that is 250,000 krona more. So if we have that and we cannot produce the art exhibition, that in a way that's taking care of those equipments become our liability, and so we purchased the work without this kind of not dedicated, but kind of work-specific thing. But it was not anyway budgeted for the future exhibitions. They will, they posted. So this is kind of typical example of kind of conflict between the, surrounding the obsolescence problem. So buy first and think later, or those things. So one of the kind of solution that I kind of propose is that when we buy the new technology-based artwork, is that in a way that it has to kind of mandate, it has to be shown within 2-3 years, because making exhibition gives opportunity to get to know the work, and everybody is not just conservator, but everybody have that kind of same experience, so it becomes distribute kind of knowledge and all shares. So in a way that we have to utilize exhibition as a kind of active preservation method. So I will skip. So
okay,
I will add.
Now really, please, three sentences, and we have to go on.
Yeah, sorry. So this is 3 pillars, and this is digital preservation. It's a 3-legged stool. Yeah, sorry. Whoops. So in order to have a sustainability is dealing with the 3 aspects: organization, technology, and resources. Technology is a kind of infrastructure, and resources, human, money, everything to take care of. Another one important is organization. There needs policy and strategies to kind of administer it and pull it through. That is, so one of those are kind of lacking, that stool will fall. So we have to maintain that kind of balance. And I'd like to really end the talk with this quote from Irena Campoli about what I think, what is the kind of important aspect of the sustainability within the inside the museum walls. It's all about, in a way, how we feel and think about the conservation, and how we feel good or bad about doing our job is the key to success of, the longevity of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina, and sorry, but the day is almost off. And we have one more lecture. Sorry, this is yours, Gina. Okay. Now there is hopefully last presentation. Morgan, can you hear us? Good. We can see you. We can hear you. Can you try to share the screen? Are you sharing or?
You're muted. I don't know if it's okay.
Sorry, Morgan, are you sharing or because we can't see anything and? Ne, myslím si, že by to nemělo být problém. Morgan? Hello? And now? No. Can you hear us? Hello? Can you hear us? No, there shouldn't be. No, ale to by neměl být problém, pokud zkoušel jsem i zapojený. You still can't hear us, Morgan?
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Is it on my side?
Yes.
Yeah, I can start then. It's okay if I'm not hearing you. Okay, I will start. So you can write if I'm too long, but normally it's 15 minutes. Exactly. So I don't know if I've been presented then, but I'm Morgan Strickert. I'm one of the media and digital art conservator at ZKM, and I'm specialized in software-based art. So the ZKM is one of the largest art museum in Germany. Oh, I can hear now. Okay. Yeah. And it's like a big summary of the whole day. My presentation is so we will hear only things that we already heard. So I'm sorry about this. So yeah. So the ZKM collection includes approximately 9,000 works from the 20th and 21st centuries. And in this collection, ZKM has collected and or produced about 1,000 media and digital artworks with different typologies. So we have interactive and immersive installations, web-based, software-based artworks, computer-generated artworks, video sculptures, video games, and so on. The ZKM hosts 2 museums, a media technology research institute called the Herzlabor, also the Laboratory for Integrated Video Systems, and a media library and archives. So ZKM started collecting in 1989, and during this period, of course, standardized approaches to managing media and digital art collections did not yet exist. Nobody could imagine it could become obsolete, or it could fail, or even disappear with time. So this was actually almost fatal for several artworks of the collection. Therefore, the ZKM had to work backwards and build a dedicated interdisciplinary team to take care of the collection. Even though most of the resources, so the media lab, the conservators, the technicians, and IT specialists, were already well established inside the department ZKM Museum and Exhibition Technical Services, as well as the Laboratory for Integrated Video System. The laboratory is a unique research facility, the only one of its kind in Europe. The laboratory develops methods to restore decades-old and most cases no longer playable videotapes in rare cassettes formats. Its machine park is over 300 devices, enables the laboratory staff to digitize and thus preserve for the long term over 50 different video formats used from the mid-60s to the 80s. However, some improvements had to be made regarding acquisition, decision-making process in presentation, preservation, communication, and documentation of the collection. The biggest problem was that ZKM being a place most of innovation and production, the manpower was almost exclusively dedicated to the exhibitions. The collection was kind of abandoned, to be honest. Recognizing the problem, the department Wissen means knowledge in German, Collection, Archives and Research was created in 2017 under the lead of Margit Rosen, art historian and a cybernetics specialist. This department is dedicated to the collection and archives of the ZKM, and it is conceived really as a protected and interdisciplinary space where new approaches are developed, especially in conservation and restoration of media and digital art, and in particular media archaeology. The Laboratory for Integrated Video System became part of this department, and 2 new positions as media and digital conservator were created, and an additional electromechanical engineer and IT engineer were hired. So today, ZKM is really following a cross-disciplinary but also cross-department model. I'm thinking about what Aga said, but we are really working all together. We are working for the conservation, restoration, and the presentation of this collection. So the 2 departments, Wissen and the Department Museum and Exhibition Technical Services. So here you have the composition of our team today. So to go fast, we have 3 digital and media art conservators, 2 conservators of contemporary art. We have a lot of museum technicians, art handlers. We have 2 IT engineers, 2.5 electrotechnicians, 1 is an apprentice. We have almost 2 registrars. We have digitization technicians, archivists, and researchers. So now that we are all set up, we cannot overlook the fact that the mistakes from the past, from the early years of ZKM, impacted greatly the health of our collection today. So in 2017, a general assessment of the ZKM collection was initiated to target early acquired artworks without documentation or without enough documentation. The presentation and maintenance of the artworks were mainly based on individuals with very specific knowledge of some of the artworks, some of sort of an oral history or tacit knowledge, like Gina said earlier. For this purpose, we created a sustainable, structured, collaborative documentation based on MediaWiki. Documentation is paramount for a sustainable and healthy collection. Our nowadays acquisition process and documentation are reflecting this awareness. So before presenting you our acquisition process, I would like to set up some ground rules that we get from experience at ZKM for digital and media art preservation. First rule is that there's no such thing as immateriality. The conservation restoration of digital and media artworks is often based on this immaterialist approach, and I really think it is a mistake. I think Bruce Sterling said really well in 2001 in Guggenheim. He said, very little materiality is very, very far from no materiality at all. If you don't preserve it in some material form, you're not preserving immateriality, you're preserving nothing. And I'm thinking a lot about performance artworks. Their documentation is kind of a form of materiality, and they have to be preserved in some way. Like preserving my MediaWiki is a way of preserving things. Second rule is there is no such thing as a method. Lozano Hemmer said once, and it's really nice he said, mistrust anyone who has a method for conservation of media art. Each artwork, each piece of software or hardware is completely unique in its preservation, with its own constraints, dependencies, and challenges. And the third rule will be documentation is the key. And here I would say video art is to be differentiated from media and digital art in relation to the history of their acquisition by museums. The fact that this type of artworks have not been included in the art market for a long time and have hardly been collected by private collectors and public institutions leads to a situation that also has an impact on art history. Many works no longer exist. Many works no longer even have documentation to allow a reconstruction, and that we heard today a lot about this situation. That's why documentation is paramount. And documentation starts even before you've acquired an artwork in your collection, and that's what we are going to talk about now. So before acquisition, the ZCAM restorers and technicians are consulted to evaluate the feasibility of the long-term conservation of the work, but also of its maintenance in exhibition, in dialogue with the collection head and curatorial team. So the first step is to contact the artists and ask them if they can send some basic information about the artwork. Which material is needed? How does it work? What must be provided? What should we provide? And assess also if they already have or must prepare a manual. I'm thinking a lot about what Lucia and Maria said this morning about the manual. Sometimes you have to push them, to push the artists. And actually, I have seen this best practice manual, like guideline from Lozano Hema. And it's kind of a guideline made by an artist for artists. And I'm usually sending this guideline. So here you have the link to this guideline to the artist. I'm sending it so that they know what I'm expecting from them during the pre-acquisition process, like wiring diagram, make a video of the installation, make some tests to see if the artwork is actually exhibition proof. So once we've collected this information, the conservators develop a preservation concept for the artwork. The question, the primary question we actually ask ourselves is it doable to show this artwork in the next 3 to 10 years in our institution in terms of obsolescence, manpower, costs, and knowledge? Here it is a very pragmatic evaluation of the artwork, but first and foremost of our institution commitment. Before acquiring this type of work, we must be prepared to take care of it over a long period of time and gives ourselves the financial means and manpower to proactively maintain the survival of the work. From there, the conservator writes a recommendation to the curatorial team. The curatorial team should also, of course, take in account the conservator's point of view, but not be too much disturbed by it. This is really a collective decision-making. It's kind of a decision that should be based in a balance between conservation and art history significance. With the experience now of 30 years of acquisition, we noticed that the best pre-acquisition evaluation for more complex media and digital artworks is to loan and exhibit the artwork in our museum prior acquisition. This is kind of a trial period. That way we can actually evaluate how the artwork behaved during exhibition and also see how difficult it is and how much it costs to set it up and maintain it during an exhibition. So once the contract is signed with the artists, we gather as much information as possible, what we think it is important, but also what we think may be less important. We never know what we are going to need in the future. We complete the documentation to have enough information at first to set up and maintain the artwork by ourselves and gather also every piece of material, software and hardware needed to display the work. Our documentation template is based on the model created by the project Matters in Media Art, which we adapted to our needs. The documentation includes, of course, non-technical and also technical description of the artwork. This documentation model is available on our Media Wiki. I can also send to Dušan the link so he can send it to everybody. So at this point, our documentation is only theoretical. It's only a retranscription of what the artist says. So usually we test the theory against reality, and this is what I'm calling the reality check. Because the artists know their work, they tend to forget things that they are doing automatically without even thinking about it. So we invite the artists to come for the first setup in exhibition or test setup in our workshop, like here for the test setup of White Devil by Paul Guerin. And so he's coming and explaining precisely the steps for assembly and disassembly, but also the problems we might encounter in the exhibition in a transparent way. This test setup allows to evaluate the completeness of the documentation and completely understand how the artworks operates. We ask the artists for a certain availability during the first exhibitions of the work. From experience, it can take up to 3 setups for an artwork to be fully documented and installed without the artist's supervision. What I'm also doing for checking my documentations, because I'm the one writing them, is that I'm asking another person to install the work with my documentation, also to test it. So even if the artist is okay with my documentation, I like when my colleagues are also able to do things with my documentation and point me where there are some missing parts. Then it is time to gather the sources, so software and videos. For computer-based installations, we gather the source code, the development environment, and the authoring programs if needed. We make backups, of course, of any support that you can think about, so hard drive, floppy, USB key, SD cards, EEPROMs. For videos, we ask for a master in the best possible quality, usually uncompressed, that we can rework for exhibition purposes. In addition to the backup strategy, we gather spare parts. The purchase of spares, either it is equipment dedicated to an artwork or part of our exhibition equipment pool, is paramount for the short and middle terms conservation of the work. We purchase first the devices that are the most obsolete, of course, expected to fail or rarest to find. The spare can consist of the whole equipment, same year, model of equivalent, or part of the equipment, hard drive, graphic card, tubes, electro components. That cam, as you can see on the slide, is gathering, since its opening, spare parts for computers, CRT monitors, backups of old systems, playback equipment, and so on. So here, those computers are used only for pieces. We are not showing those in exhibition. If a piece of equipment is not available in our storage, eBay is our best friend so far. And lately, it became easier and easier to find spares for material of the 90s, actually. Also, recently, we started purchasing spare parts equipment before any obsolescence phenomena appears. When a work is acquired, even if the equipment is recent, we either ask directly the artist to provide us with spares, or we wait till the prices go down and buy certain models 1 or 2 years after their release. Finally, we try to make an interview of the artists for each new acquisition. I say try because it's not easy to make them come all the time. And at the end of this acquisition process, the documentation manual is sent to the artist for proofreading and corrections. Those interviews will be online soon, I hope, available for the public as part of the artworks documentation. My conclusion is actually the same than Gina. I would like to remind, like her, that exhibiting is a form of preventive conservation. Really do not hesitate to exhibit the works as often as possible as a form of technological watch. Collection exhibitions for us are essential for the health of our collection. We just finished the last TKM collection exhibition, and this really allowed us to restore and document a lot of artworks, early acquired artworks of our collection. Because unlike paintings or sculptures, for media and digital art, storage does not spare or protect them. Really, it rather threatens them. A media or digital artwork that is in storage is a dying artwork, like Gina said. Only when they are in operation we can immediately detect and repair some damage. A computer or electrical system that remains off for an extended period of time sometimes cannot be resurrected. Update your documentation during all steps of the artwork's life. Document each decision, each repair, each exhibition. As this artwork only exists in their installed form and are evilly subjective to change, you should remember that their acquisition is actually an endless process. Thank you. And the whole acquisition workflow of ZKM is actually now written on our wiki, because I wanted much museum to have it in Germany. Especially a lot of museums are asking for those kinds of guidelines. So I've decided to put the documentation template, all the tips and to-do lists inside our media wiki to share the knowledge. And yeah, I think it was kind of a good summary of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morgan. There's applause from Wrocław. Okay, I believe there are some questions. Are there? So.
Hi, Morgan. Thanks a lot for this wonderful presentation. And I was wondering, I'm very curious about this workflow that you have presented about the documentation. So that you said that you're sometimes having 3 setups and to document and then to try the documentation. And at some point you are sending this documentation to artists for the validation. And I'm just wondering, so how, because I've heard about like all the way around, so that actually the conservators are validating documentation created by artists. So I'm just kind of wondering how installation instructions prepared by the artist enters into this workflow. So like first they are doing installation instruction, then you're validating them, and then you are sending it back to the artist.
Yeah, thank you, Aga, for the question. It depends. Sometimes we have artists who are not aware how to write a documentation and a manual, like how to build up the artwork. And for this, we just help them the first time we set it up together. Sometimes they send it. I'm trying to install the work by myself with the technicians to see if it's enough information. Usually it's not. And I'm sending back with questions, or I have them on the phone during exhibition. And usually the second time I'm trying to do it again without the artist and without with the documentation, or someone else is doing it. So it's like a mixture of all of them. And what I hear about documentation is more than the instruction to install the artwork. We have also a lot of documentation about the different parts, how to replace them, if there are specific things to know. And sometimes it's really a long time after that we know certain details, because we have to change a cable and the artist is telling me, oh, you shouldn't solder this part of the cable inside because it's really important. The earth is not touching the plug or something like this. And we know this super late. And so, yeah, it takes the whole life of the artwork to document it. And yeah, usually we work with the artist manual first. I'm really happy when they already have one, because I can work on a base, but it's pretty rare.
Okay, there was one more question from Lucia.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would just like to also to reflect on both Gina's and your presentations as being extremely important for me to hear, and I appreciate your way of thinking, and I think similarly about especially about the myth of immateriality. I really like that one. And I would like to ask you, Morgan, about a practical thing. You mentioned the pre-acquisition loan process. Could you explain a little bit more? Because I cannot really imagine this in practice, and I think we might need such an institute in our museum. Thank you.
Actually, it's kind of the, I don't know if it's the way around, but at ZKM we are changing exhibition every 3 months, and we have simultaneously 6 exhibitions, and it's a lot. And usually the artworks are chosen from the exhibition to be acquired. So I'm asking usually the curators to tell me before the opening of the exhibition, can you tell me the artworks you foreseen for the purchase, so that I can come in the exhibition setup and gather information, talk to the artist, create a good relationship with the artist at that time, so they know my face, and for the future acquisition it's better. And so this is more like this, like I'm asking them, can you make a list? And I will start documenting, and I will be careful during the 3 months of exhibition and look at the technicians' feedback on those artworks. And at the end of the exhibition, we are giving our recommendation with the technicians, saying, no, this artwork we had to repair several times, or this one was failing every day, or we had to boot the computer so many times. So we can really have a pragmatic answer to maintenance in exhibition. So it's more like.
Thank you very much. There's one more from Gina.
Yeah, just a follow-up question, because that is the kind of exact kind of the request I have for our curators to kind of tip me so I can kind of observe. But I'm just curious that kind of after you evaluate the work during the exhibition period, and then it's kind of problematic. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm phrasing it right, kind of possible kind of preservation or kind of operation problem. Does it kind of affect the actual decision of acquiring work because it costs too much in a way? Or your thought about the ethics, because the work requires too much, kind of problem child, you know? But for that reason, is it kind of affects the kind of decision to kind of purchase or not to purchase? Is it kind of right thing?
Yeah, so sometimes they listen us, sometimes no. But usually we can also ask the artist if they can make a second version that is more stable and maybe even help him to produce, because ZKM is also a place for production. So sometimes we can give them tips about what to use to make them a bit more sustainable. And sometimes it's like a co-production of a new version of the work. But when all the technicians of the exhibition, the ITs, the electromechanical, the 3 conservators are saying no for an artwork, usually they listen. It's more like a vote. But because we say this artwork will enter the collection, okay, but it will be like a database number, and it will be never shown again. So it will be a beautiful data sheet, but not an artwork. So even, yeah, so sometimes it's really performative. In the exhibition, it's really cool. And we say more like loan it to the artist each time. But do not have it in the collection. It will be too time consuming and we won't be able to exhibit it at all. So, but we have some artwork in our collection that I'm pretty sure will never go out again. But we can. It's important for art history sometimes just to have the artifact in the collection. So I'm not judging the decisions. It's just that it's really collaborative, and we don't have the authority. Nobody has. So except the museum head, but whatever.
Okay, once more, thank you very much, Morgan. I think it was a beautiful sum up of the afternoon panel. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope that you see us tomorrow.
Yeah.
The following panel.
Bye.
Bye. Yep. I think this is it for today. And I'll give word to Dušan again because he knows better what comes next.
Yeah, so thank you all for keeping with us the whole day. It was really a full day. I mean, full of really interesting impressions, and I learned a lot myself. And yeah, I'm really happy that this was possible to do today. So we reserved 1 hour for whatever you feel like. Maybe you want to stop by the hotel or do something else. And then from 7, we have, yeah, but you don't need to be precise. We have a reservation at the Convict restaurant. I don't think it's on the map in this little booklet, but you can find it on Google Maps, or maybe you will, yeah, if you need an address, you can always ask me. And then tomorrow, we have a working breakfast. So from 8:30 until 9:30, we'll be in a kind of a separate room in the hotel, and there will be a space to discuss the next phase of the project. So everybody is welcome to join. We have some ideas, but we are very open to also other ideas, how to kind of follow up project-wise and in collaborating among institutions. So thank you again. I think that's all from me. And then tomorrow we'll meet after the breakfast. We start at 10 here at the same place, and then for the afternoon we will move to Flora.
Thank you. And just one more thing: if you haven't signed the list of attendees yet, please do so. Looking forward to see you at the dinner.